All right. Hello, hello. Let's continue here. I was doing something here. Let's see, do I have, well, I have a bunch of stuff here. Let's check them. Oh, yeah, that one as well. Okay, so we have a little bit of small things to take care of. Oh yeah, so we were converting all the monsters. I think we'll finish this off, converting everything, and we will continue on our merry way. I think it would be a really nice thing to transition from the old, so just so don't have the old system lingering around, because I really feel like at this point we could just move everything to the new system, and there won't be, you know, we don't go into any hurdles or anything. This is totally possible to do here. So let's do that. Let's see, what am I doing? Yeah, so the attack hitbox stuff. So the normal attack of the battling here is relying on that thing. So we actually, yeah, we need to create an attack here. And let's see, execute attack for the low attack is this part here. So we're facing, we're setting the direction, we are calculating some things over here and setting the attack. What about the hitbox? So the hitbox is calculated using these things. So I think I will also copy that over. Let's do that. So, okay. We have our animation set. We have the duration there. We have a timer. This is like the cooldown here, which I think is just the duration of the attack here. So should attack, it doesn't really look at any cooldown here. It just looks at the distance. So yeah, they can just stand and attack how they want there. So do we actually need to worry about this then, is the question. Because yeah, I don't think we actually need this. We only need this timer if we need to have some sort of cooldown, which we don't really have for the attack. So we can actually just get rid of this. And in extension we can now use this convenience function instead. So we don't need to do that. And let's see, can attack at, let's clean that away. There we go. Let's see. Alright, so what we need to do now is we need to look at, yeah, I think we just need to create the attack. Let's just look at how we're doing it. For example, over here we have execute melee attack, and we're setting the animation. Yeah, we're just creating the attack, which basically creates like a hitbox that deals damage. And so yeah, now we need that thing here. So this would be oh yeah, I mean, we could just use the, I guess we could use the duration. No, we can just use, yeah, the animation duration, I guess. Actually, let's add a convenience function for this here. And we don't even, yeah, we don't need anything really. Alright, yeah. So let's just use get animation duration. There we go. Hitbox we need to think about. Follow source is true. Hurt delay, we actually do have some constant somewhere for that. Yeah, here's like hurts at hurt duration. So let's take those and put those over here. So attack hurt delay, attack duration, maybe, or hurt duration, I guess. So hurt delay is attack hurt delay. Wait, where's? Oh, that's the duration. Yeah, yeah. So it's not actually the animation duration actually, because this is the when the attack actually hurts. So that's what that's gonna be. Zero 0.5, 0.7. Hang on, I'm just gonna double check something here. Destroy at is plus attack duration. Okay, so actually, are we doing like hurt delay plus? Yeah, yeah. So hurts at plus hurt duration. Okay. I mean, I guess that would be a good way of doing it as well. Like you have a one delay and a one duration, and they don't. So you don't have to add that if you don't want to there. But right now this actually includes the delay here. So we have to say delay first. Well, or we have to add them up there. Okay, and then damage and hitbox. So the hitbox is this. It depends on body and direction. Okay, let's do this. So body is that. This is the size. And this is the offset. And then that. So this will be attack, hitbox, context. There we go. Direction. Oh yeah. Okay. Now we can remove these two. can remove this. Should attack. We can remove this as well. Oops. Handle state change. Let's see. Set idle. I think we all also have. Get walk animation. We don't worry about this. This we need to change. Init. I mean, fine. Let's move. Well, whatever. Let's keep this here. All right. So let's see. Yeah, let's change this first here. So let's see what's happening here. So the scene entity position plus equals. Okay, so we're changing that. That makes sense. Variant entity. All right. So the difference here is that this is we're creating it ourselves, and then we're using this one instead, and we're passing in. Actually, now we don't really need this special thing. There we go. And then we have options and T. Alright, hitbox, max health, throw layer, wait, direction, is that something that exists here? Spawn, I don't know. Damage on touch, drop on death, okay. Yeah, and then we also add to this we also add state machine. So what are we doing here? Okay, so we're setting the animation to whatever is the one for idle animation. Like we're setting, okay, the key there, okay. And that's all we're doing here. Basically, we're setting this animation to the variant. Right. So where did that happen here? Like, do we have like initial animation anywhere? So we do have it here, but we're not setting it here, right? Right, because if we don't have animations, then this doesn't work. Okay. Initial. Where was this done? Initial animation. Okay. Initial animation. Yeah. This would be options. Well, no, this would be. Well, scene entity. Initial animation key. I guess we. Set the default to spawn. But then we have like this default in 2 places. So what if this is nullable? And if it's null, then we default to spawn. No. So it's a little bit strange. Okay, let's just do that. Well, actually no. Let's make this default initial animation instead. Okay. And then we do, if we have this, we use it, or else we use the default. So now we have that sort of saved. Okay. All right, so now we have a way of specifying the initial animation key as well. I mean, I guess another way would be to say, whoops. That this is the default as well. I don't know. I kind of like having null. So there's like a pros and cons both approaches here. Like if you have null, then that means that you can also pass in a null, like an optional that will sort of, you know, adhere to that pattern. But if you have, let's say, this pattern instead, then you can see that, oh, it's very clearly, it's gonna set this to some default value. It's not just, you know, disappearing into the void or whatever. But so I think there's like merit to both approaches there. But anyway, now we can set the initial key here to be variant data dot whatever this will be, idle. Yeah, so we're setting it to idle. We're setting it. We're not starting it though. Interesting. But then we set idle. Wow. I don't think this matters really. And then we're setting idle. We don't really need to do that. Then we have a switch on variant if it's 1 or 2. Direction is okay. I mean, we could put this information into the variant data as well. Like 1 and 2 is gonna be spawning to the left, I think. Spawn direction. Excuse me. So you are left. yeah, because it's okay. So now we can use that here instead. We can say direction is variant data dot spawn direction. There we go. And now we don't need to do any of this crap here. Okay, so what is this health component? Okay, so if we spawn by player hit, we take a damage. So I don't think we really need to do that. Oh, wait. Oh, I see. Okay, so yeah, these guys are a bit different because they are spawned from another entity. That's right. So that entity I haven't actually converted yet. Now that's interesting because yeah. So if the reason was that the player hit the other the spawner, that means that these guys also take damage. So this should still be here, I think, yeah. And but we don't need this anymore. There we go. And we don't need you. And you are now like that. Okay. All right. Okay, so let's do the rest of this stuff. So handle state change. So whenever we change into idle, we set the animation to the idle animation. Let's double check that we are doing that. Here we're only setting duration. Okay. We need to set the animation as well. So now it's way easier to actually do this. Now this is going to be get variant data or get variant and then idle animation. So what was the so not looping apparently. I think it's just one frame anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah. Okay, now that's done. So this one is done. Now we got walking. We set the walk animation. There we go. Yeah. Otherwise, don't really care there. Let's see, what else? End attack. So I think we already do this. Let's make sure though. So we are adjusting the position. We're doing that. We're setting the uproot animation. Yes. We are creating this. Yes. We're setting the duration. We are removing that. I think we already do all of that. So let's get rid of this. Now these we need to keep here, but I could change them a little bit. Oh, I already do. I have take in the context now. We get the player body. Now this one is we can use context instead. Offset X. Alright, rotate right to these radians. And then we times it with scalar offset X. So this is the same as saying scalar offset X. No, it's not. It's only X. That's right. No, wait, what's happening here? First we're rotating, and then we're scaling the X part of the rotated result. Except this is not like when you use scalar, you basically take this, you get a vector that has this value in both X and Y. So we're actually scaling by this offset. So it's like, yeah, it's like multiplying it's like scaling the entire vector by that amount. So I would say this is more like radius or magnitude or something. And let's keep this here. But if it is the magnitude, then this is actually still correct. Yeah. Yeah, it should be, that should be correct. We're scaling it before instead of scaling it after. There we go. And then we have direction random to radians. Okay. So it's either like left or right. I'm just thinking of a better way to put this here. So we'll take a random direction, and then we can no, that's right. So the apply doesn't exist on this one. Let's add apply here as well. And then you can use that one instead. So now we can say apply, and this would be only X magnitude, and that is the offset. Okay. First position. Rectangle offset, so shape offset. Yeah, it didn't really save that much, maybe. Plus offset minus offset. Let's do like position offset is gonna be this minus this minus that. And then I don't know, maybe a little bit simpler. Let's say and then this one we change to use context instead. So now we can pass in context. I'm just simplifying what I can here. why do we need this? Oh, we're looking for intersections. All right, this is a bit more involved here. We're looking for intersections that are non-blocking here. So this is it. We do have a convenience for this. There's something like block. Wait, is that not? Is blocked at? Oh. We'll make that non-blocking intersections. Let's see. We're finding intersections for this hitbox. Okay, we're going through them. For each one that is blocking, we return false. Oh, because we're checking if this position is valid, I guess. Wait, but how do we get this? Oh, I see. Oh, because we're looking for... Okay, so the uproot position is based on the player position. And so it's either like to the left or right of the player. So the monster is gonna uproot to the left or right of the player. And then we're looking for a valid, if those positions are valid or not. I guess if we're looking at this here, we're kind of favoring the first position as well. Like the left or the right one, maybe. No, because they are random here. Okay, yeah. So it doesn't matter, okay. But we're looking if one of those are valid. And then that's the position there. But if none of them were valid, then we uproot at our current position. Like it doesn't move at all. I'm planning to maybe improve this a little bit so it actually uproots at a different position, but we'll see. Now this one, to calculate if it's valid, we're looking at this hitbox, which is position, like it's the hitbox of the monster. And we're checking if any one of those are blocking. If they are, then we return false. So we can basically just say if is blocked at this, we return false. That is the equivalent here. Then we have a ground below intersections. Right, so we're also looking for, like, yeah, let's say it is not blocking where we spawn. However, we need to check if there's a ground as well. So we're gonna check, yeah, with this hitbox here. This is the ground check hitbox. And so we're checking for that as well. And if now we can just return if we are blocked there, because then we know whether we have ground. Alright, that was a lot simpler there. Also, this one could be it's basically hitbox. Yeah, this is basically hitbox plus position plus or minus. No, that's just the bottom. That's changed. Okay, we're like at the bottom where the removing 1 pixel to give some room there. Okay, whatever. could also do this. Okay. Yeah, and we don't need to grant these as well, so it becomes very simple there. Great. This one is not used. Registry is basically only used here and here, so let's make that there instead. Okay. Cool, but yeah, we can keep these functions, I guess. They could be moved from here, but why not keep them there? Sure, why not? It doesn't really matter that much. Are we using them is the question. Yes, we do. Okay, cool. So I think that's it for this monster here. Now what's left is also sorry, my phone just thought I said like the magic word here. Let's see. Okay, so what now? What now? Yeah, we need to do battling spawner as well. Alright, let's just crack on. So what we're doing is basically replacing an old system with a new one. Need to import. Oh yeah, actually also we need to, well, I'm gonna clean up some stuff if it's not used. We don't need you. Oh, we do need you. Wait, why don't we need you? End attack reason. Is there something that I missed? Oh no. Can I do this? Oh no. Wait, it's not used. Okay. So let's just remove it then. That one is used. Okay, there we go. Now clean that up. Don't need you. These can be derived. There we go. All right. Okay, let's continue here. So we're initializing the monster. Position. And then options. Oh, what's going on in my chat here? Hey, I can't see your name, but wait, I'll refresh this window here. now it disappeared. Okay, let me go to... Sorry, I missed your message there. Can I go here and see? But thank you. Let's see. Okay, whatever. Yeah, I have two different chats. One is like acting weird. Okay. Scene. No, this is entity. Scene entity. Animations. The key is whatever. We don't have drop on death. Well, we can just say null then. And the direction is set to opposite for some reason. So which one would that be? What is the... Okay, default is right. So it's gonna be left. Alright. And then we also need to add this. And we need to add the entity, well, the state machine, but we don't have the state machine yet, but I will create it. There we go. Now we can remove all. Well, okay, we got max health. We've got draw layer, hitbox. That should be good. Yeah. So we need to create this state machine. And we got initial. We have on spawn. We've got idle. Now, well, okay, there is basically not really an idle state for this guy. We're basically spawning and then we are, this guy is destroyed. So actually, let's have a dead state and we set the state to dead. Okay. Now the rest of the functionality is in this giant monster thing here. So let's look for these guys. Yeah, here. So spawning, here's like a special case for this guy only. At the end of spawning, we do this. So yeah, then we know that, so we can delete this now. And we can just do this. So we need to call this spawn variants here. Let's remove you, replace with context. Reason, okay. How do we get the reason? Sorry, that was, I guess, one thing that we didn't have. The reason here is that duration was ended, right? Yes, okay, yeah. So I think we need a reason in here, actually. Ah, that would change a little bit. Yeah. Spawn reason. I mean, I think we already have that somewhere. End spawn reason. Yeah. But I think I'm gonna move it. Also, this doesn't really make sense. I'm gonna delete this and only keep like global stuff here right now, and then we'll figure out what to do with the other thing. Duration ended, player hit. So this would be yeah, here. Okay, so let's break this out. You are there, and so now we do on spawn, but then we also need to put a reason here, and that is because player hit. And here duration ended. There we go. And this one is not it's not really just it's not a state function. It does take this, but then it also takes a reason. There we go. And it's a void. Returns void there. We don't need to, and we don't need to have these there. There we go. All right, but now we need to change everywhere here. So this now takes a reason. Which is, whoops. Spawn reason. Yeah, we'll put that in there. All right. This can be changed to this. And we're creating an entity for spawning. There we go. Mark for death. Yes, we change our, yeah, we get killed after we spawn the variants. There we go. Pretty simple, actually. T is down here. Okay, I think that's it, actually. Hello. There we go. Now I can see your name here. Uranium Cat 9. Welcome. Zig is simple, so damn good. Yeah, I really like it. The peak of programming languages. Yeah, I mean, I really enjoy this, especially when you can, like, when things fit very, very neatly, as they do with this new system that I have with these state machines here. Finding the correct stuff to use at the right time is really, yeah, it's really enjoyable. I'm a Zig noob, like real noob, and more than that, low-level program noob. Okay, well, yeah. it's pretty hard to get into if you're not used to it. But yeah, keep going, and it will be nice. I mean, if you enjoy low-level programming, then it's a really nice programming language. But even after Siglings was able to understand complex database code written in Sig. Oh, okay, nice. Oh, so you're a backend dev. Okay, cool. Yeah, but then you have some, you know, a lot of the concepts already. So that's nice. Oh, there you go. I can see your name now. J.Y. Tremaine. Welcome. I really enjoy watching you work through your code, seeing you design and build. It was actually quite fun. Oh, thank you. It's nice to see that someone could enjoy it. 10 years or something like coding experience. Okay, so you're kind of like me then. Well, I have 10 years of professional experience as a web developer. So I'm trying to get into game development, and I have been, you know, dabbling in other things during that time as well, and before that as well, but never really delved like deeply into low-level programming and game development. So there's like new concepts to learn, and really nice. And you decide to pick Zig? Yeah. I mean, because I was interested in Zig. Like, I have sort of tried a lot of different programming languages, and Zig is like, for a long time now, one of the few new programming languages that actually has something new to add. It feels like it's like a perfect fit, because I want to get into the game development. This is low-level programming, so it's perfect for that. It's a modern. It offers something new, and so I love exploring new programming languages, and yeah, it's just really nice to work with, and yeah. Well, I would love to code a game too. I would use Godot for that, but the time is limited. Yeah, I mean, I would recommend that. It's just that personally, I wanted to have like total control and wanted to add. I mean, I know that Godot is a very good tool and that it offers a lot of things. It's just that you have to sort of work with the tool and learn the tool. I wanted to do everything with programming, so that was like a goal for me. And I like. It sort of feels like also like that is my problem as well with game development. It's like, yeah, I tried Unity, I tried Unreal Engine, and I could do stuff with it. It just felt like sometimes I wish that I could do something that I couldn't, or I had to learn like writing plugins or stuff like that, and I didn't want to get into that. I don't know. I just feel like if I do it from scratch, everything, then I can build up from the ground up and have total control and just do whatever I want. And I will try, like after I've done this project, I think I will try to do something in Godot, like a small, very small project, and then we'll see what happens after that. But I really like this, and I also built like an editor in Zig as well, so it's not professional grade or anything like that, but it's like it's the beginnings of something that could be a really nice thing to have. And right now it's like I'm using it to build out this game, and it's also like adding features over time and improving things and stuff like that. So also that's like two different kinds of programming as well. It's like building a tool, an editor, and also the game. So it's like it offers a little bit of variation as well, which is nice. If you're tired of one thing, then you can jump on the other thing. Well, it does boost productivity a little bit. If you love Godot is very good. If you like Sig, you would love that too. Yeah, I've seen a little bit of Godot. I would say I love the look of Godot better than Unity and Unreal Engine. Although I did like Unreal Engine. I really enjoyed the blueprint programming there, because it's like, yeah, that was also like exploring a new way of doing things, and yeah, that was actually quite good. Although you couldn't do some more advanced programming concepts, but it was still pretty nice to work with. That's my, like, my gripe with those kind of things. It's like at a certain point you wish that you could, oh, I wish I just could abstract this into a pattern, and then, you know, but you can't, because it's like a tool and it has limitations. And using programming you can do whatever you want basically. So yeah, I feel like if I'm in this mode in the programming world, I can sort of do whatever I want to set out to do. Yeah, but I will definitely try Godot out after I'm done with this project, and just do some smallish project, and then we'll see what's gonna happen. Because that's probably, you know, if I can learn to use a tool like that very efficiently, then I could see being very productive in that sort of thing. But for now, I really enjoy this, and yeah. Let's see. So, right. Yeah, we set that up. Okay, so this should really be everything we need there. And this looks a little bit funny. This like just to make this, maybe I think. No, yeah, it's just mapping the index here to one of the variants, which is kind of weird because I think we can just use int from enum, I think. Yeah, we can just do or enum from int, I mean, I plus 1. And this will be this would be that. Yeah, all right. Oh, but this is an issue now because this. Okay, what I will do is I will convert this type here. So I will say, if this is player hit, then it's player hit. Otherwise, it's duration ended. So that will convert this type, because this is a different type than this, but they have the same name. So I'm just gonna do that until I've converted, until I've got rid of the old system. That will change there. All right, cool. So that's it for the barreling, I think. Yeah, so let's see what we need to fix up here. I think, yeah, if we go here and we look for barreling, we should see a bunch of stuff. This one we remove. Let's remove this. Here. View. Damage on touch. Wait, what is this? Stunned? Oh, I think I missed this. So yeah, so barreling, it's a monster that has like a root ability. It burrows into the ground and comes up. And during that time, we disable this damage on touch. Okay, but it's easily fixed. And here we have like a walking speed that's easily implemented. This is the attack hitbox, which is just, yeah. Okay, now we can actually, yeah, we can actually remove this thing because we don't actually have anything that calls this as well. Cool. I mean, okay, whatever. Let's just keep that as it is. Okay. What program language are you doing with backend? TypeScript. Oh, cool. So Node, I guess, or Bun or Dino or yeah. Wanna switch to Bun? Didn't bother. Okay. Is it your own project or is it at a company or? Nspawn is entity. Yeah, okay. So this reason here. Okay, yeah. Work on freelance. Nice. Does it work for you? Do you have like a long time assignment or how is that working out? I used to freelance as well, but now I'm employed again. Oh yeah. So now we need to change this, but we don't care about that. But this is spawn reason. So I'll copy this. Now we need to go to everything we have that for. Also, I'm gonna move you up here. You don't have that. It's fine. All right. I had like a long time. Basically, I had the same assignment for 2.5 years. Or wait, no, I'm lying. No, that was my previous employment. I had 2 employments that lasted 2.5 years. And then I went to. Then I had. Or was it 2.5 years? Wait. No, it started in 2020, I remember. Yeah, it must have been 2.5 years. Yeah. Yeah, 2.5 years, yeah. On the same assignment. That was kind of nice. But then I got my child and I went on parental leave for half a year and then the assignment was gone. All right. Yeah, thanks. See ya. Have a nice day. Let's say you I need to fix as well. There we go. Alright, let's see. Expected type void. Well, you are wrong. There we go. Right, okay, so this now we know that we have an aggro thing. Yeah. Okay, so we're compiling. But this should depend on... No, wait. Maybe we already set it somewhere. Where's the execute? Execute aggro. Okay, so we already do this. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah. So let's test this now. And where are these guys? I'm not sure if I actually have those anymore, actually. I think I had them here, but then I removed them. Let's... Or maybe here? Do we have anything here? No, I don't think so. I'm trying to think, to figure out, okay, where would be a nice place to have them? Maybe over here, actually. But this is like the first area. Well, whatever. I'm probably gonna revamp this anyway. I'll just add this. Why? Okay. J. White Remain. How's it going? The way you think about object-oriented design really pops. I've learned a lot from watching you work. Okay, I'm sorry if you are actually a real person, but I'm actually getting like AI vibes from this message here, or your messages in general. Just so you know. But thank you. Okay, entities. Yeah, we'll put you in there. Let's remove you. Put you over somewhere. I'm trying to blend them in to the environment. Alright, now let's go over here. And we'll start from here. Get my controller up. There we go. Alright, let's see now. So let's enable the sound here as well. Okay, whoa. Right. Okay, they seem to be working mostly. One thing that I noticed was the spawn animation. So, right, these guys, the spawnees, they are actually, they should not spawn. They should not have the spawn animation. Yeah, this is the animation key. So what's happening in here? We're setting the state to spawning. But yeah, this doesn't do any animations or anything. It looks like the spawn animation was like multiplied by the number of spawnees. Yeah, definitely. Like when the spawning is complete. But then the burrow stuff, that does seem to work. On spawn. Let me check something here. Yeah, that's the spawn animation. Why is that like... I mean, is it something to do with... It could be something to do with the function I'm using here. This guy. Which creates... Basically, yeah. It's like a two-step process. We're creating an entity that is saying, okay, I should spawn something at certain point in time, and then we go to the spawn system and the update function. We look at all those entities, and it will actually spawn the thing at this point in time. So that's just to have the spawn step basically happen at a specific order in the update. Among all the updates, and so and the reason for that is because of pointer invalidations and stuff like that. So we spawn a new thing here, and let's see, yeah, it should be this one. What are we actually like doing generally? So we are just initializing it, and that's it. Okay. And if we go to battling here, we got this init entity, and this is the idle animation. That is set over here. Right. And then you take that and set this to this. And that is the key. Which we can just say directly here, animation key instead. We don't need to do this. Alright, there's our thing there. Yeah, okay, yeah, and also we have the... let's see, utils init animations as well. We don't need to. Wait, is this not a pointer? No, that should be a pointer, right? Yeah, this should definitely be a pointer, yeah. Or maybe not, actually. I'm just kidding. I'm just joking around. There we go. But why is that a pointer here though? That's because we're adding it first and then we're getting it out. Oh yeah, we're getting it here. Okay, there we go. Okay, and then we have an initial key. It's gonna be animations info, initial animation. We have T, and then we don't really need to do this. And we don't need to do this, we don't need to do that. We set the animation and we add that. So there we go. That was a bit simpler there. Otherwise we do this stuff here. Okay, cool. What? Okay, I'm just gonna be a couple of seconds. I need to refill my coffee. 1 second here. So I have to brew some more coffee. Okay. Where were we? Right, so we're investigating why we're playing the spawn animation for each of these bastards here. So that is the question. Now this will be these animations here. Idle, idle. Idle, 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 idle. And so, hang on. Sorry, I'm just thinking why we have like a spawner variant. I don't remember how I set this up, because these are technically two different, you know, monsters. This is just a spawner. It just waits there. It spawns as normal, but when it's spawned, it's gonna die basically, and then we do this. Oh yeah, also this is false. Okay. Yeah, so we really shouldn't have that as a variant. It's only the spawner. I'm just thinking why I had this as a variant. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, this doesn't make sense. I'm gonna remove it. I'm gonna remove. This must be a remnant or something. I'll just remove this. Because the data doesn't really do anything at all. And anyway, it's just default values, and it's just there to sort of make it work here with having one more variant. But it's not a spawn. We don't have a spawner variant. That's the thing. And if we go now here, or maybe even here or here, now we don't do +1. We just do I there. All right. Because it seems like when they are at the moment when they spawn, they place that animation. Where is this place? Whoa. Okay. Apparently I changed something somewhere. What did I do? What? Oh, wait. No. Yeah. No, wait. It's the monster utils. Here. It's this one. Yeah. Okay. Right. So actually, yeah. We pause the spawn animation. That is correct. So maybe we can add okay. I'll just add this here and hope we don't have to do if start I'll just do an options here. Or yeah, let's set false to default because it's the most common one, and then let's set looping to false as well. But now you're able to actually set those if you want. And yes, now we'll say if we want to start, then we do that. This is set to if it's looping. I mean, we even do have convenience for this, I guess, but that should be fine. Okay. So now we need to set those. Well, for this one we don't really need to do anything. Let's check wherever else we are calling this. Over here. Now what is this? The projectile? Well, since we did start before, I think this should be true, and also looping is true as well. But that could also be put here as options. So animation start, and animation loop. There we go. Could probably make that into like a common like animation options struct or something, but whatever. Let's just get this working here first. Okay, so now let's try it out. Let's see if it compiles first. No. Animation. Oh yeah. This is a pointer. Okay, there we go. You know what? I'll try something here because the how do you there the Linux version of, well, okay, this needs the Linux version of no, it should be this, yeah. The Linux version of Zig now has the new compiler enabled by default. So what I'm trying to say here is I'm gonna try and see if I can run the Linux version. Now I run the Windows one because yeah, because I get higher FPS, I guess. I'll get some issues. Fail to rename. Access denied. Okay. I got some weird errors with this local cache thing. Access denied. I don't know. And it causes the LSP to crash, or it causes it to not be able to analyze imported modules. Okay, let's see what's gonna happen now. I think now it's using the new compiler because we're doing it on Linux instead. And it was supposedly like 5 times faster in most cases, I guess. Or overall. I don't know. Failed to rename compilation results. Access denied. Maybe it's the temp that's access denied. I don't know. I don't understand what the issue is. I'll just Google on this real quick here. Failed to rename compilation results. (2024), so it might not be a new thing. Yeah, 0.13. Hot reload plugin system. DLL file currently loaded into use by process can't be overwritten. Okay, yeah. I mean, I know that this problem could arise from a lot of different things. It just, I've never seen this issue before. And now it's on Linux, so I don't think there's like a DLL problem here. I don't know. Related to hash generator, but compiler say hash and compiler say is any new line is hot swaps. Well, I don't have that, so I'm just seeing if there's anything, any information in here that I can use to fix this issue. And I did remove the cache folder, so okay, what if we exit and then run? No, still the same issues. Sync running on directory. Yeah, so maybe I should see. Yeah, I'm gonna try and figure this out off stream, but I think I might need to look into, okay, is there some other process that is using the thing? Okay, I could have just used the convenience. Anyway. Alright, we're compiling. Let us test this now. Okay, so the spawn animations are not playing anymore. Great. Okay, they are still playing there. Still some bug regarding that. Alright. Okay, let's look at spawn. So this here, variants, variant spawner. So yeah, and this simply creates this and adds the spawn options, which just has this here. Alright. And then the spawn system has an upgrade function. We use this function to do that. Then we also go through the spawners, but that's not the same thing. Spawn. The type is this, so it's gonna call this function, and then it basically not do anything other than that, which should set the animation to the idle one. Let's actually go and look at that animation here. This is just idle 1, idle 2, idle 3, idle 4. So it's I don't understand why they have the spawn animation set. We have this here. We take this if it exists. You then take this here. And you take this to get this animation. And we set that, and we don't loop, we don't start. Oh, here we go. Default maintenance. Okay, this is the issue here. Okay, but I think this is not necessarily wrong. Okay, I think the wrong part is that these guys have they don't really spawn in the same way. So actually, they should just be set to idle at the start at this point. They are basically already spawned in. So I think we just remove this. The initial we actually set to idle. Yeah. Oh, okay. Now it's gonna be idle. Oh yeah, okay. Now this is a special case here. Okay, so normally we use like the set state function. The initial. Well, let's actually just make this into a function. And like a state function here, and then we will say, well, this is the context, right? So we'll set our state to idle. There we go. So that should run this the idle state properly. All right, let's see now. Whoops. Come on. There we go. Now it works. Okay, cool. Although it seems almost like the root thing happened like immediately after they spawned. But I'm trying to find the drop on death. Default drop on death. It feels like you get blueberry and raspberry way more often than you should. I'm gonna do this. Okay, whatever. Just annoyed by that. Okay. It doesn't really matter anyway. Every monster is not gonna drop these things. It's just a placeholder anyway. But okay. I'm gonna try this one more time and see if they still do the burrow thing like immediately or okay, they're not aggroed. Okay, so as soon as I aggro them, it seems like they do the burrow thing. So let's check execute aggro. Oops. Okay, that just does that. Burrow if able is if we're hunting, if the timer's up, and this is then they can burrow. Then we're looking at if the float is less than or equal to the burrow chance, which is okay 25%, but it just felt like it happened every time. And then they're gonna check like once each second. Maybe I was just really unlucky 2 times in a row. No, they definitely always do it. Maybe it's because of the seed. Let's add a random float. Let's add 4 of them. Well, can you change the seed here? Thread local cryptographically secure pseudo-random number generator. I just feel like there's something weird going on here. Or I mean, it could be my code for them actually doing it. Yeah, they always. I think it's like they're guaranteed. It feels like they're guaranteed to do this. This should be like 0 to 1. Oh, what the hell? I should return here. Okay. Alright, okay. My bad. I was so focused on this part. There we go. Oh. What happened there? We got a crash. Set state dead. Remove invincible. Okay. Oh, okay. I think I know the issue. So, I think they started a burrow. And the invincible doesn't happen after. It doesn't happen until after some time. And so. But also the burrow ability, when the burrow ability is done, we also remove this invincible. But this should really be then... well, okay, we should actually remove the handle if we have it in that case. So we have to store this handle. This is the UUID. And actually, no, let's do normal. And then here we do if we have a handle. Get that out and we do clear handle. Otherwise we will remove this, because if this wasn't run, then we don't have the invincible. Now, you know, you could also use there's another function on the registry that's like you can remove if it's there. What you also could do is do if we have invincible, which is not a function yet. So let's add this. But now this is a boolean. There we go. And let's do this, and let's also do whatever, let's just add the brackets. Okay. We're cleaning up the invincible stuff here. That's what we're doing here. Okay. Let's see if that now works. So we have to kill Okay, we got some compilation errors. We have to kill the battling at the same time when it's burrowing. Is that it? And I guess in order to test this, we could change something. What is that? Root. Root duration is the animation duration of root. Right. I mean, okay, we could just add like 10 times 10. Yeah, I think it's solved. Unless now we have to sort of wait. No, because the state changes from burrowing to root. I think. Yeah, I'm just gonna assume that it's fixed. Okay. Okay. Cool. So we have these guys in now in the new kind of system here. Great. Let me just check for these if we need to clean this up here. All right, cool. So what other monster do we have left? I think it's this guy. We've done this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. So it's only this guy left. All right. Raylib. I don't need Raylib. Okay. All right, let's start with moving these guys into here. And I will rename you. I don't know why I'm saving after all, like every... It's just that I have a tick of saving. I'm saving like all the time. Okay. Let's start with this here. So entity create. Oh yeah, we need to import you. Initial key is some, yeah, that's doesn't matter. Max health, we've got draw layer, we've got, I guess, direction, doesn't matter. We've got hitbox, yeah. And it's invincible by default. we set the death animation here to death 2. So we should do that. So, 1 second here. I'm gonna see where's that thing here. Death settings. That is set to default death settings, which is this one. So I'll make this public so we can use it. And so I'll set you to. We can do this. Like, I usually never find a good place to use this scope label thing, but maybe this is one case where it could be used. So we'll have the death settings is equal to the default death settings, and then we change, because we just want to change this to death 2, and then we return death, or we break with this. I mean, we could also do it like this, but I want to find a, like, if we have this option, I want to find a good way of you know, defining this like this. I'm not saying this is very good here, but yeah, whatever. I just wanted to do it like that. And then should destroy is false. That's true as well. I mean, maybe we should just do at this point. This should be fine. Okay. So what do we have here? We have an attack. We have a jump attack. We execute this here like this, and then we don't have anything else. We have the end of the jump attack. This happens, and then that's basically what we have. Otherwise we have like the normal stuff. So we have the spawning state. Now this will be the initial state, which is gonna be default spawning, and we should have an on spawn function. Yeah, we do have knockback. Alright, that's that. Then we have the on spawn function, which should set the state, I guess, to idle something. No, we don't have idle. I think we only have like walk for this guy. We don't really have a common behavior, and I think, yeah, walking is, we have default walk, speed, and this is true, and then we have the walk animation. Let's see. So no, we don't have a duration actually. It's just walking. And then direction is, yeah, we don't change the direction. There we go. Okay. Why is this not okay, there we go. No? Oh yeah, we need to add these things here as well. Add state machine. What else is happening? You don't understand. Oh. There we go. Yeah, whenever the colors look weird, that's a sign that there's a syntax error somewhere. Unused function parameter. Yeah, we don't care about that. This one is, no, it's not unused. It should be over here. There we go. All right. Yeah, I think that's everything that should happen with the. Oh yeah, no, we don't have a duration. It's just walking. These are true. Okay. And then we have like the attack stuff. Oh yeah, so we do need like yeah, we do need here, we need to say, okay, if should attack, then we set the state to attack. I guess we could call it jump attack, whatever. Should jump attack. So should attack is this. If we can attack, so if timer is up, come on, get. And if the distance is less than the trigger distance, so this is gonna be is player within this distance here. That's that. Now we should also have the jump attack. Alright, and then we go to execute attack. Basically copy this, put it in here. Oops. Oh yeah, we're facing the player. And then we calculate some vector. I'm gonna see now where this is. This is used over here. Yeah, the jump. Okay.
I was thinking, yeah, we're gonna, you know, instead of passing this, we're gonna pass a context, but I won't do that until we're done with everything. Then, after the old system is cleaned out, then we can start optimizing this a little bit here. So, I mean, I guess what we could do actually, we could make this into this. Because what we could do is we could say we can make a context using these things instead and pass that in here. That's easy enough. But here we have a context, so here we can just do that. Maybe even fit this on one line, yes. All right. Whoops. Oh yeah, but you don't. Okay, this doesn't matter. There we go. Okay. Cool. We got that. We have monster area type, jump angle, adjustment, jump strength. Now we can just use these directly because we have them available here. And then we apply this thing. So actually this is just a jump. All this is doing is the same thing here. So get rid of that. It's so nice to do like if you see a pattern now, okay, now we have a bunch of examples. We see this pattern, okay, let's just make a convenience function. And yeah. Okay, add no air drag, yeah, okay. Oops, we're setting the animation to jump attack. And I think looping is... Wait, looping is true? No, start is true, looping is false. There we go. And we're updating this thing here. So this is get this, and we set this to be attack cooldown. Okay, this is a bug actually, because I think the intention was to add t here as well, like the current time, because otherwise it's gonna be like it's immediately gonna be able to attack. So this doesn't really do anything. So I think this was like a bug. And how we do this now is we say create timer and then attack cooldown, and that will just add. All it does is add t there by default. So there we go. And then set state, right? So this we don't care about. Okay. Now, yeah, so we do also... No, we don't really have a duration for this state, so basically... I just realized something, actually. Now, with this new system, there's a really nice consequence here. Because in the old system, we kind of assumed that things would have an end. And then we had to have a special case for things that didn't have an end, like states that didn't have an end, or attacks, more specifically. And so we had to add a bunch of extra cases there. Now this is just built in. It's to the system here, and it's well built in. It's not really built in. We don't assume that there is an end. So if you don't say that there's gonna be a duration or something, it's not gonna have it. So it really fits very well into this as well. So it makes it simpler, basically. So what's gonna happen here is basically, yeah, I think we're gonna check if we're hitting the ground. If we are, we're gonna change the state to stunned. Should attack. Here's like end attack, end jump attack. Where's the check for that? Let me go to the old system here and go to end attack. Should end attack. Yeah, here's the special case for this monster. If we are on jump attack, we're just checking if we're on the ground. Let's go to here. We add a convenience function is on ground. If we have on ground, and then up here we simply say if we are if we're on the ground, then we set the state to stunned, and we need a new state for stunned. Oops. All right. Right, so let's go to end attack. Whoops. We end the jump attack. We remove. Oh yeah, so this is what happens when the. So this part is what happens when the jump attack is done. So that should be added to a post function for jump. Yeah, we add it here. Oops. We add no add drag, and then we remove it at the when jump attack is ended. Stunned. We will. Hey Con, how's it going? Welcome. How's your programming adventures doing? How are you doing? Let's see. When we're stunned, we want to remove invincible. And when stun is done, we want to add invincible with infinite time. I'm speedrunning JavaScript learning. Okay, so you went with JavaScript. Oh, that's a good skill to have, though. if you're gonna do any sort of web development, well, it's good to broaden the knowledge about other programming languages, because you can borrow concepts from each one and try it out and learn new things. Remove that, add that. Okay. So, and the update is basically, it's just a duration. So what we'll do is we'll say set state, no, MonsterUtil set state duration, and this will be stun duration, and then here we're checking if the state has ended, and in that case we will set the state to walk, back to walk. There we go. All right, that ties up the knots there. Cool. What are you learning it for something specific, or is it just learning because you're interested in the programming languages? Or just learning programming language in general? All right. Now, I do think, and it's going to be easier at this point as well, but I do think we want to have some sort of component or something, some sort of boot flag somewhere, where even if you collide with a wall, you don't lose your X velocity. And also, you probably shouldn't lose your Y velocity if you're hitting the ceiling either. Like right now, the physics system is like, if you hit something, it sets your velocity to 0 in that sort of direction. But for this game, for like this type of game, I don't think we want to do that actually. I think we want to preserve the velocity. Alright, I'm just gonna get a cup of coffee. I'll be right back. Alright. I wonder if that should be something on the game engine itself. I'm just gonna double check this real quick here. We have like a resolve collision. Yeah, the thing is the resolve collision. Yeah, collision. It just looks for collision events. Maybe we can have a. Either we just hack it and save the velocity before, and then after the collision step is done, we set the velocity back
It's like maybe it's only for. Well, I was thinking like maybe only for like walls or ground and stuff that's like static things. But the thing is, I don't know. We'll see. Let's not do that right now. I think I'm gonna write that down though. Preserve velocity on collisions. Okay. All right. I'm thinking about if this monster should have like I don't like this monster. I think I'm gonna rework this how this monster works. But I was just thinking because the thing is that it's because it's just annoying because you can't hurt it until it's hitting the ground, and then you can hurt it one time. So it doesn't even feel good to kill this guy. You just want to avoid it. I want to change it so that it's like more fun to kill and destroy. But I was thinking like should it be can you damage it while it's jumping, which makes a lot more sense. Maybe you can't damage it while it's moving around, but while it's jumping maybe, because then you can get more hits in and potentially even kill it in one cycle basically, which would be very easy to do with this new system here. Okay, so let's see, do we have everything or is it something we need to do? So idle, we actually walk in a random direction, so we go to walk and then direction, set direction to random. All right. So that is that. Can remove this. Should attack is implemented. Execute attack is also implemented. End attack. I mean, we can remove this because it's not really doing anything. And jump attack. Right, so this is happening on end jump attack, but then this is happening on when the stun is entered. So I will copy this, go up to the stunned, and we already remove invincible. Okay, if exists. Should this always do that? Like, so we don't avoid. I'll just do this to avoid, you know, if there was any issues with that. Also, add could also be, but it's also, it kind of catches errors as well. It kind of, like if we remove something that didn't exist, then there could be something wrong with our logic. So I think I'll actually keep this. But sometimes you do want to maybe do it. Yeah, we'll remove that. This is set to the stun duration. That is done. We want to set the animation to stunned. And these are both true. And we also want to play a sound. Fine.
And then we return. Yeah, we don't need to do that. There we go. Okay, and then during stun, you can take damage. So we will do switch on this, and yeah, common death and damage behavior. So this would be, this actually is default. No, it's not. Maybe it's not actually. Default damage behavior. What about death though? We don't really check for death here, actually. It's basically, yeah, but we don't have anything that basically can die because everything has more than 1 health. If something has 1 health, then this will break. So I will do, I will set a to do here. If something has 1 health, this won't work. To fix, add a death check here. Alright. I was thinking, like, we don't have a default like death and damage behavior. We have just default damage behavior. Alright. But let's see. Let's just copy common. Actually, no. We'll just do this. If right, so let's do this. Let's move you up here, and if this happens, then we set the state to dead. So while we're stunned, then we can take damage. So we're doing this behavior here, and if we're dead, that means we cancel the behavior. We set our state to dead. I mean, really, we don't really need this. We can just put this into that directly here because we don't really have. Yeah, we don't really have, you know. But here we can return. Alright. So while we're stunned, that's basically the only time we take damage. So we're checking if we're dead. We are then. Well, I guess I would have to change this if I would change the thing that I said before, where you can take damage during a jump attack, because then I have to add it here as well. I mean, it's just copying this basically here, and then also removing invincible here, and then post. It depends on if we're stunned or not, but now we have invincible. We're removing invincible during the jump attack. Okay, let's actually not add that back on post. Let's add that back on walk. Like pre-walk, we add invincible. And I know that there's a function that we can use. Okay, let's think about this. So if we add it on walk, during walk we jump attack. Yes, that's the only thing. And then if that happens, we remove invincible. So maybe we should actually just remove invincible on post here, because yeah, I think that guarantees that it should always be correctly removed. So, and then we don't really need to add invincible here. Okay, so during walk, that's when we are invincible. So that's the only time we are invincible. So we add it on when a walk starts, and when walk ends, we remove it. And then otherwise we are jumping or we are stunned. Okay. So during walk we can transition into jump attack if we should do it. We are doing the walk. There's no aggro state. It's just a jump. And we're jumping towards the player. We have an air drag. We update. Yeah, we can take damage, so we have to check for that. We can be knocked back. We check if we're on the ground, then we exit the jump state as well. So there's two ways of exiting the state, either we're dead or we're stunned. And here, yeah, I really like this system here, because it's like you can very clearly see what state, what's happening at the start of a state, what's happening during a state and after, and also which states you can transition into. It's all written out here, so I think it's really nice. Okay. Let's see, we're adding this, we're adding that. This looks fine. Now we should be able to remove this. We have implemented this. Okay, now let's go over. So basically most things here should be fine now. I'll remove that function. Okay, now let's clean up here. Don't need you, don't need you, don't need you, don't need you, still need you, don't need you. Okay, cool. Down to 126. Let's see if there's any other stuff here that we need. So this one we already did. Stunned is, oh yeah, we reset. Okay, this is actually important. We reset the attack timer after. Okay, so this actually, okay. So when we attack, we set the duration here. However, then that's wrong. It's gonna happen at the end of stun. when we exit stun, we do this. Okay, that makes a lot of sense because we don't know how long the attack will be. So at the end of the stun, that's when we have our attack cooldown. Alright. Alright, and then we have this. So that we don't really do anything here. And other stuff, we have... This guy is turning around, so we already have this behavior. Stunned state is just... whatever. Here's the up. I think this is just updating. Oh, this is check pending damage. Wait, oh, I see. So, if, alright, that's right. The monster only can be hit once, then it like exits the stun state. So you can't actually hit it more than one time. So we need to have this as well. So if if we're hit during the sorry, I was just thinking about something there. If we're hit during the stunned phase or stunned state, then we end our stunned state basically if we're hit. Yeah, so we have to do, now we can do this. This is actually really nice. We just change this and we set, I mean we can just set state to walk basically, and we go back to the normal state again. Cool. And that's how we implement that. So it's so nice because instead of having this, okay, this one place has this weird special case here. Okay, but now it's built into the state machine. We can see everything in here. I know I'm repeating that a lot, but it's just so nice. And now we basically don't have anything. We don't have anything there. We don't do anything there. We don't do anything in there. So we can just remove that. There we go. All right. And let's check for anything else. Okay, we got jump angle adjustment. That is now removed. Not implemented. So this is basically always gonna be invalid. Should attack. That is removed. Now we can just remove this here. Okay. Was that it? No, we got execute attack. Basically, we're not doing anything here. Anything else over here? Okay, we've got the jump attack. This is if we should end the attack. Yeah, so basically this is all that's happening. So we can basically, we can remove this. We can remove you. There we go. That's it. Cool. And with that, okay, I'm just gonna test the functionality as well. But after we've done this, we can clean up this entire file. This entire file, the old system, we can just rip it out and be gone with it. Oh my god, it compiles. Let's go, where do we have this guy? Here, yes. It's gonna be so good to get rid of all that crap. Yeah. Oh. Cool. Oh, wait. Okay, it's a little bit buggy. Okay, so okay, I think, well, I'm already seeing how we can fix a couple of things here. So first off, when we hit the guy when he's in the air, remember here we remove, or we do no air drag, which means it's basically there's no friction in the air. So he's just flying off, you know. The idea is that you hit it, apply knockback, but if there's no friction, then it's just gonna fly off. So if he is damaged during this, I think we actually want to add air drag back. Yeah. So at this point, we actually remove no air drag. We could maybe even set the state to stunned at this point instead, because that will also, they will remove the air drag. It will sort of work itself out naturally. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Let's do that, actually. Let's just stun at this point. Because then we don't need to worry about, I mean, yeah. If we actually had removed it there, we actually have to have like a, if, you know, if we have air drag, we remove it. Otherwise, we don't want to remove it because then it's gonna crash. But let's try this. Sorry. Okay. Did it run or yes? There we go. Okay. It looks a bit weird because it looks sort of like all right, so interesting. Okay, I think it was like the no air drag that actually, what? Okay. It looks a bit weird because I think the animation that is playing, it's sort of on top of the guy. I think the animation is kind of weird because it's like the hurt animation is like spawned as a separate entity, and it's not the actual animation of this guy. So this guy is still like, it's like we're seeing double. And then also what's happening at the end there is probably because when he's stunned, we set the state to dead, so nothing more should happen if he's dead. So I'm not sure what's happening there. It might be that... No, actually I'm not sure what's happening there. Also, he's like flying up in the sky. It feels like it feels like, yeah, he's entering some sort of jump attack. But the gravity was removed. 1 second here. Do we have a special case somewhere else? It feels like we do. Attack. So this one shouldn't actually do anything because... No, wait, this is attack. Oh, wait, yeah, this is like... But now no one has the monster AI component. So at the end... End attack. If it's false, I forgot what this meant. But then we set this to idle, I guess. No, I don't understand. Okay, I'll just remove this because this is no longer needed. It's no longer used. It's like was hit, shield block, attack source monster. Oh, I see. Wait. So it's like if the player was hit by his jump attack, then he's not stunned. Ah, yes, now I remember. Okay, let's do that as well. Which should just be here. Has pending damage. No, not here. If we're on the ground, we set state. I might have removed something that was needed, I guess. Yeah, some of these we have to handle as well. But let's see. So this one should end attack. So part of this was checking if we actually hit the player, I think, during this time. How did we check that? I'm just thinking how I should do this here. I mean, I guess what we could just implement that. We could say, because we have damage on touch, we could just say if we're intersecting with the player. I want a more robust way of saying, okay, have we damaged the player with our damage on touch?
basically. But I'm trying to figure out like how we can do that with the current sort of state that we have. I forgot how that worked. This returned a bowl and jump attack. That doesn't exist anymore. Okay. Let's do this again. No? And attack. Hit. Alright, cancel if hit. Yeah. But stunned if hit. Update attack. Okay, should an attack had a reason? Yeah. Jump attack. If we're on the ground, we return that. Otherwise, we return null. Wait, is there a way I can look at this in if right, so how would we know if it hit the player or not? That is my question. Like, how did we calculate that before? the reason. Player hit or blocked. When? How do we determine this? Over here? It damage player if in attack hitbox. And the hitbox was the monster itself, I believe. For stealing, at least. Okay. So this function, it's sort of, now it's the attack function, and that's why it returned a bool. It returns a bool if the player was hit, I think. So how do we do this now? Because the attack system is this is a different system now. Okay, there is a way to do it. There is a way to do it, but it's a bit convoluted. But there's actually a way to do it. So, was player hit by this entity? Let's just have a convenience function there. I don't know how to implement it, so we'll do this, and I think we may want to have maybe options. I'm not sure, but if player was hit, we don't want to set the status down. We want to set the state to walk instead. Okay, now let's implement this. Oops. Because we can get attacks we can loop through the components. I'm gonna do this just to get the type information. And actually I want the pointer version because it's an array in there. Okay. Right. Now, if the source we should really have like an equal, like entity equals function. I forgot if we have that. Oh, we do. Oh, is this exported? So we should really have this in lib. Do we have like ECS? No. If this is equal to this, well, if it's not equal, then we continue. So we're looking at all the current attacks that exists. Actually, this doesn't work because this is not an attack in the same way. We need to create an attack if this is gonna work, because we're dealing with destroy on... Yeah, no, damage on touch. Let me double check something here. We've got damage on touch. This is happening before the state machine, so this should work, because at this point the damage on touch system should report, okay, now this component has damaged the player, let's say. Yeah, so damage on touch enabled is true, shield blocks. So what's happening is we have damage on touch. If it intersects there. So at this point I think that we should set something on this damage on touch to say like has hit player or something. And we then say has hit player is true. So now we can look at that and say, okay, now we know that we have actually hit the player. But we could do this as well. We could check. But let's check the dot first. Damage on touch. Let's do a try get. If we didn't get it, then... Now, let's do if. Then we get dot out. And if has hit player, we return true. Otherwise we fall through and we check for the attacks. But this is all we need for steering, but I guess we can implement this as well. So we're looking for all the attacks. We're looking for any attack that has the same source as our monster here. If it does, then we're down here. So now we need to check if the if player exists in the list of hit targets. So basically we have attack dot this, and if this contains actually now we need the player as well. If this contains player.index, then we return true. And if we didn't find any attack that this matched, we return false. Okay, so now we can say, okay, we can know that if the player was hit by this, by the current monster. Now let's go back to this guy. So if we hit the player, we instead change the state to walk and skip the stun state. However, we have to also do this in that case. So the attack cooldown needs to be handled, because then if we never enter the stun state, we are not calling this function. So if the player hit here, we go back to walk. Actually, you know what? We can just set, whenever we enter walk, we also set the cooldown. And then we don't have to have this this post here. And we don't have to do anything special here. Okay, cool. It also means that at the first time we enter walk, like after spawn, he won't attack immediately, which is, I guess, kind of like a welcome thing, actually, because then you have time also to try and hit it and notice that, oh, it doesn't take damage. All right, let's see now. Although I'm still a bit like, I don't really know why it does this weird attack after it's dead thing. So I guess we'll have to figure that out as well.
Okay, there we go. Now it's like moving a little bit. Let's just kill it like normally how we're supposed to, and we'll see. Whoa. Yeah. You see there how it still had like the air drag. Then it like, man, that is so strange. And that, I think maybe that only happens if we kill it while it's stunned. Yeah, and there you can see when it hit us. That's strange. It's like entering jump attack, but then it like goes back to walk. Interesting. I guess the only thing I can think of is maybe the attack. No. Oh wait. I know. It's because of dot. Yeah, it's because of this flag never gets reset. So we need to do that. So we need to do start of frame. Have this convention where basically resets whatever state we need to do there. So death, damage on touch. If it's not enabled, I guess we'll freeze it, maybe. Yeah. It doesn't matter anyway because we can call this function. Let's do this so we get. Yeah. So that should take care of that. Oh yeah, this is a pointer. That's right. Alright, I think that fixed the issue. Yeah, so we need to get hit by the attack. There we go. And now you can jump again. Okay, cool. Okay, so if you kill this guy while he's in the air, then this happens. But if you kill him while he's like stunned, then it does this. It goes back to walking basically. I mean, what is happening? How does this happen? I need to know. So we're in the stun state. We're checking if we're dead. Then we go to dead. That should happen. If we're damaged, we go to walk. But that doesn't happen because we're dead. It should not happen anyway. Unless... this is just checking if we have pending damage. So the death thing happens after. So basically, we're going back to walk first. And when we're in the walk, we're invincible, so we don't bother to check for death. Okay, this is a common pattern that is for all monsters. There's like one frame where this behavior kicks in first, one frame, and then we're dead. So we go to we're dead. Maybe this should include then if we have pending damage that is gonna kill us, maybe. Because if we go to the game update function, I think this makes sense because like the damage stuff happens up here and the attack. So these three handles like if things take damage, or yeah, damage on touch and attack on touch. But then we have the invincible which cancels out the damage. But this is not active for that monster. And then we have our state machine system, so that knows about any pending damage, but it's also, you know, removed by invincible if it is invincible. So we get the final pending damage here, which is gonna trickle down into the health system, which then adds death state to the monster. So at this point we can see, oh, we got pending damage, but we might still not have the death component. So this should we should go to the health component, and we could say is or should be dead or something like that. I don't know. And it's a bool, and then we just return if the pending damage is more than or equal to the health. Alright, and then if either we have the death component or the health component reports true here. Unless we can sort of change this somehow, but I don't think so. Because health system clears the pending damage, so we don't know then what's gonna happen. I mean, we could save some. I guess we could move, if we move it up here, we can save the state of the pending damage. We don't have to clear it. We can have like pending damage, like this is the previous. Yeah, so you could do that as well if you want. Then we don't have to have this other check here, but whatever. This should be fine, at least from what I understand. And now that should fix a little bit other monster behavior as well, I believe. So you're not like alive for one frame, or the behavior acts like you're alive for one frame. Now it's like, yeah, no, we are dead. There we go. Okay, good. Now it's not like flying up in the air and doing some weird spooky stuff. I'm still curious about how that happened. Like, okay, but now we're gonna try and kill him while it's in the air. There we go. So here, what I want to do is maybe add like a pseudo dead state, which is kind of pretty simple to do. So basically, we enable gravity until he hits the ground, and then we disable it. I mean, we could just enable gravity. We could just remove that, actually. I guess. As well. Like, where do we have, like, no gravity?
why are we? Where do we add that? I think we add it automatically when they die. Maybe. Or maybe not. Add or replace. If options, no gravity, add project that now. Game animations, maybe. Oh, here we go. On that component. Okay. Add or replace, no gravity. Okay, so this could be part of death settings, I guess, as well. So let's say if we have death settings and if no gravity is set to true, we do that. Otherwise we do it by default. We can also do this. We set this by default to true. Set no gravity to this, and if no gravity all right, and let's see. It's kind of weird that it's happening in the animations, but whatever. It's kind of it is pretty easy to find because it's one of the only places that has this. Is like 2 places we have this hook here for now. Okay, and then we just update our death settings. Well, we need to add this here. No gravity is a bool, and that is set to well, okay, this should be set to like the default. And I'm back here, and now we can say that the no gravity is false. Okay, let's see if that works. And the reason why we have it to true by default is basically when you kill a monster, usually you want the animation, the death animation, to play out as like a static, like it's, you know, it's happening statically at the place where the monster died. But for this guy, since he's gonna leave a corpse or a stone behind, then I think it makes sense to enable gravity. Whoops. Okay. I mean, there's a reason for everything. Probably. Okay, why is he going? Oh yeah, I think we also set them to static or something like that. The body, we set it to static. Yeah, so which should be fine, but for this monster we simply don't really
Well, actually we don't, maybe we don't need to do that. So if this is true, we do this together, I think. Velocity, yeah, it's gonna be, yeah, I don't think we need to do anything of that. Like if this is true, maybe this is not supposed to be no gravity, maybe it's like I don't know, static on death or something like that. Freeze on death, I don't know what to call it, but whatever. Let's just see what happens if we do this, because it makes sense to keep the velocity, it makes sense to not be static and to still hit the ground. And even, let's say that things move, then it makes sense that the rock would move with it. Like let's say you open up a door or something like, or from beneath, and yeah, there we go. And now is there not static, but let's say the things beneath disappeared, then yeah, then it should just fall below there as well. Okay, nice. Okay, so I think with that, well, okay, there was one more small issue that I saw. I think it's because of the ledge. Do we want this guy to turn around when there's a ledge? Yeah, it is an issue with these guys. I don't think you can make this jump. It's like, yeah, this is too high, like one tile too high. Okay, but there is an issue with these guys. Like, let's say we spawn up here, and I'll try to push them away. Yeah, you can see when it's in the air, it doesn't really know where to go. So, but now, since we have this behavior actually in one function, where it's turn around if blah 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 blah, here, now we can fix it here, and then we'll fix it for everybody. So we're looking at if we're blocked by a wall in front of us, then we turn around, or if we are at a ledge, which we're thinking that, okay, if we're on the ground and there's nothing in front of us down, then we also turn around because there's a ledge there. But the thing is that if we're in the air, then there's not gonna be anything there, and until we hit the ground again. So we're constantly turning back and forth. So what I want to say is, like, if we're on the ground, this applies, but if we're not on the ground, then I think I don't know, we shouldn't turn around, I guess. So if we're not on the ground, then we don't do anything. That should fix it, I think. Let's try this again. There we go. Oh, and maybe also if we're falling. Okay, this is also something else here. like if we go to this guy and the walk state, like, okay, if we're in the air, should we really do the walk then? So also this is also called, but basically everything that walks is calling this function. So now we can just say like if we're not on the ground, then we don't do anything. Basically we're just flying until we land, and once we are on ground, then we do things. Also, this could be optimized a little bit here. Oops. There we go, and we don't need to do these things. Alright. Because I saw that the dude was like still moving in a direction there while in the air, so almost basically like flying. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I guess a little bit better physics there. Okay, these guys are now a lot, like, you know, more nicer to kill, which I like a lot. They really felt super annoying before. Now it's a little bit better. Alright. A little bit weird about those slime monsters. They still feel like you can, when they're spawned, it still feels like you can kind of stun lock them. Oops. Oh, you didn't take knockback while they were spawning? I need to fix that. It's like sometimes they just don't attack for a very long time. I don't really know why. But now it's... I think it's like a lot easier to actually look into why that happens. Okay. Oh man, it's pretty hard to one-shot those guys, like one-cycle them. Maybe we should spawn attack. No! Okay, I see. Maybe they shouldn't actually end the jump attack once you attack them. Because you can only do 2 damage. No more potions. Okay, yeah. The boss is basically, yeah, the boss is not... Okay, yeah. That boss doesn't work at all. Which makes sense because... Well, does it make sense? Yeah, I guess it does make sense in some way. Well, should we fix that? What was it I was thinking about? Irblos, that's right. You during spawn does not, well, did not seem to take any knockback. No flying, no gravity. Should still be affected by knockback. Like here we're not passing options, so it's the default options, which is yeah, which is this, and we're applying knockback if we have it, which is true by default. So it should be knockback. I'm gonna test this again. It felt like it didn't. Was it knockback? No. Okay, let's move you down. Definitely not knockback. What's happening? Maybe because it's like immediately attacking or something like that. Oh yeah. So actually, on spawn player hit. Yeah. We should have the reason here. Yes, the reason. If it was player hit or was hit or whatever it's, yeah, player hit. Then we should set the state to stunned or stun. Otherwise we have like the duration ended. Then we set state to idle. I think that was the reason. It's like it kind of weird quirk there where it's like yeah, it might have, yeah, it set the state to idle. So then for one frame, you could have hit it again to stun it. But since it, yeah, it wasn't stunned, basically. Yeah, that's the whole thing. But now it can get stunned if you hit it. So basically, and the knockback was not applied because when it goes from idle to, I guess it was applied for like one turn or one frame, and then when we go from idle to attack, where is it's happening here? Should attack, yeah, it goes to attack, and then the attack yeah, it sets the velocity, so it like cancels out whatever knockback was before. Okay. There we go. Although if you hit it, it should probably aggro you as well. So we can set the state to stunned. I can also say execute aggro as well. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Now it's
more angry. Okay, cool. Let's move you up here. Great. What else did I think about? It's the sort of the weird passiveness of these monsters. If we go over here, like sometimes, especially if you hit them while they are spawning, he just stands there like in a million years and doesn't do anything. So what is happening here? We set the state to idle. How long is it idle for? And then we're also doing like common behavior. If we aggro, yeah, so it should be aggroing. So this should be set to true. And basically, if we're aggroing, now let's see, the state is idle, right? The state is idle. So we're idle for idle duration, which is 2 full seconds. But maybe if we're damaged, it's sort of like being stunned, so I don't really mind it that much, like, but I still think that if the reason was that it was hit, we should probably do sort of kind of the same thing here. We do I think we should just do common behavior at this point. That will set the state to something. I gotta do this. If we don't have this, we return true. Otherwise, we will get that and check that ends at is less than t. Actually, we can just do timers up. Whoops. There we go. Just fixing things up a little bit. Also, I think we have now get duration. All right. Okay, so what I want to do, well, now I forgot it. Okay, so if we run this will do an attack, most likely just attack immediately. Also trigger aggro, do the knockback as well. Actually, now we're running this twice, I think. So we're gonna have like a double knockback going on. So this is probably not good to run actually.
No, it's duration ended. Let's just do execute aggro attack if applicable. Should we just do? We should just do like a melee attack, maybe. If you're, well, maybe not. Let's do this. If this for some reason did not happen, then I guess we will set the state to idle. Or choose random movement, actually. Alright. There we go. Oh, wow. Whoa, what's happening? Wow, okay. There's some super weird stuff going on. Okay, what is, first off, what is the crash? Oh, timed functions. Which one would that be? Let me just check here. Wait, so we're doing a swap remove. Okay, so there's something wrong with, okay, there's something wrong here. This, yeah, there's something wrong with this right here, the time function. Okay. State machine. That's strange. Where, so what is this? Capacity index type header. I mean, this should be part of like the array hash map. There's a segfault here? I'm confused. Is it? What am I looking for? I don't know. I don't know. Where did it fail? here. What is header? Is this index header or this? Pointer. It's null, so it should be null at like, because it's set to empty first. It's null, yeah. So it should be this then. But then we add stuff to it, so it's no longer that. So I'm gonna guess. Oh, what is happening here? We're looking at stuff here. Entry, swap, remove. And then we return. But so if we're up here, we return basically. If we're down here, then oh wait, if we don't have an index, okay, I don't know what this is. The thing is that I just wanted to see, because it feels very strange that this would be an issue. Like, we're creating a new thing here. This one is just set to empty, which is just empty here as well. This is a wrapped array, but it's all empty there. All right. Now all of these are pointered, so that should be fine, right? If we don't have it, we add it. Then we get it. This is a pointer. Is it somehow invalidated? No, it can't be invalidated. We're getting it here. At this point. We're getting a fresh pointer here. No, but this is add, right? This is add. This is clear. So we're getting this out, and then we clear this handle, which is swap remove. And this says it's deleted. The entry is removed. Returns true if an entry was removed, false otherwise. This tells me that you can do swap remove even though it was already removed, let's say. There's no issue in doing that. Is what I'm reading this to mean. But the error points me in the direction that there's something wrong with the pointers here. No pun intended. Maybe it's this, the entity. No, that's a copyable. You can copy that. This is a pointer. This is a pointer. So that's not a. I don't understand what's going on, basically. Like, why? How can this be? It's as if this pointer is invalidated, maybe, but it's not, because we're getting it from here. Wait. State machine 285. It's this one. State machine 280. Oh, wait. Update. Hang on. Wait a minute. Now this is that. Now this is a array list. Yeah. So items should just be up to the length. Yeah. Content of the list intended to be accessed directly, so that should be fine. Why is this a problem? And these are just keys. It should be able to remove a bunch of keys. Should we check for dual or double keys? No, because we can't. We're not adding them. Okay, let's try this many. At many sorted indexes. So like if you want to remove several, is that an issue, or I don't understand? Why can't I do swap remove many? Or is it just because you want to have some more optimized way of doing things? No, these are indexes. What? Hang on. No, that's the key. Oh, at. I see. There shouldn't be an issue. I don't understand. I'm looking for like if there's a problem with a pointer or something, but I can't really see it. Okay, let's continue here. State machine 188. This is like we're getting a fresh thing there and doing update on it. Now we're not removing any. Are we removing entities at this point? Wait a minute. We might actually be doing that. Okay. Well, maybe not. Okay, so we're getting this. We are doing that. So we're clearing handle. What I'm looking for now is like, do we do anything with the entities at this point? We're calling a function somewhere, I think. We're calling a function here. So it's important that this function does not like destroy anything, any entities and stuff. Okay. Or create entities. Oops. So we have two things. We have set, destroy, touch on all. This just grabs this, sets it there. That's fine. And then we have spawn rock, but this doesn't actually. Well, it does. It actually does spawn a rock. Maybe. Oh, it does. Oh no. Okay. This should be using the spawn system. I think that's the issue here. Because the thing is, like, yeah, we're creating entities. Every time we're doing that, we could invalidate other pointers in the registry storage thing. So we have a special we have a whole system, a special update for just, well, both for removing and for adding new entities. And so I guess adding and removing components is not really a big deal, but that should potentially also be an issue. Okay, well, anyway. Well, I guess another way to solve it basically is to, every time we know that, okay, now we've created potentially a new entity, what we could do is we could re-grab any pointers that we need to add. So where is this? Where was that thing happening? So that means at this point here, that should just be that should be fine. That's a function pointer, that doesn't change. So what would be, yeah, this point here. Now this doesn't make sense either, because the issue is with this. No, it's not with it. It's not with that. Maybe. No. Wait. No. Yes. It's this iterator. No, that should be fine. It could be an issue with the ID that we add in there. Maybe. I don't know. Okay. Well, what we'll do is we'll fix this here. So init projectile. There's always like a random chance that this will sort of break something. So I will say we have utils. We have like something with spawn. Create entity for spawning. And spawn options. The scene entity is, now the thing is here, we don't really have this here. Whoops. Okay, maybe we'll add something, I don't know. Custom, and maybe, okay, maybe we just add a function actually. Maybe we'll do that. Spawn, wait, where were we? Here. We'll add a function that will do all this. but this one actually needs the entity as well. But then we need to say that this should happen at the spawn step. Okay. Yeah. So it's not this. Okay, we'll keep this as it is. And what we'll do is we'll make sure anytime we need to spawn a project tab, we need to make sure that this function is ran. Yeah, we're gonna save the context because that is copyable, and we run this function. Yeah, this should be copyable. The state machine. No, the state machine can be invalidated. But we can always get the state machine, I think. Yeah. Yeah, okay, we'll make a special thing. So, we'll do... We'll do... Actually, we could do this. At the end of the state machine step, after we're done everything here, we can go through a list of functions that has been added. Yeah. But then we need a global sort of state for that. I'm gonna say state machine end of frame functions. And this is gonna have the functions. Yeah. So what we need is we need a set of, actually this is gonna be I don't know what to call this, run info. We will have the function is that, and then the context. Okay, now this is gonna be a list of run info, and we can have an add function. I mean, let's just make this into an array list. Oops. Okay. Now the idea is that if we gather all those effects in one place and sort of encapsulate that with a safe running context here, this should be better. And so we will get the end functions with singletons, get state and functions, there. And then we can do, we can loop through the functions dot items, and we'll make a context with the registry entity and T. I think we could also just make, we could make like renew and then we just set the state machine to be get state machine, because that's basically what we're doing. We're just populating this. We don't really need to actually store it here, because this is stored as a component on this entity, so we can just grab it like this. We don't really need to store this pointer. It's probably safer to actually to get it like this instead of having it here. So I'm thinking probably we just remove this and then we can do this instead, and we return this, and this will be a state machine. Unless I'm forgetting something. And this is no longer like a nullable. I mean, I guess this could be like a try get. As well. Is that it? That was the only thing. Alright. Now what? Now what? Now what? So that's more robust there, I think. Let me just search for that. What the hell is this? This is the old stuff. I'll just remove this. Valid update function. Yeah. This is not used at all. I'll just remove this. There we go. Okay. Now it's only used here and here. There we go. Great, because we always get a fresh pointer here. Very good. Right. So now actually we don't need to create a new context. We can just use the context, because now the context is fully like reusable or copyable or whatever. If you pay me 1,000 euro, we make Zig in Node.js. Okay. No thanks. I think they might make Zig in Zig nowadays. An assembler or LLVM. No, they've moved away from LLVM. I'm not sure actually what the compiler is written in. Maybe there's probably Zig. All right. What did I do? Okay, yeah. So now run info. Let's see. Yeah, now we just run each function here with the context at the end. This should not affect this thing here, because this is a singleton. I don't know. Maybe there's an issue with this as well. I'm just gonna hope that running these things. I mean, we could get this every time though as well. We could get like the length. End functions length is end functions items. No, because this is allocated. This is allocated with the allocator. Yes. And so we're adding, and then we should clear at the end. It's just a well, we don't really need to deinitialize it. We just need to set the capacity, or not the capacity, set the length to 0 basically. So we don't need an allocator actually. Yes, but then we also, let's just add the initialize. Fine. But now we need an allocator. No. Functions to initialize allocator. All right. And yeah, I will do here. We'll do end. Well, actually, let's just do this. And then here we will say, but now the type is wrong. And then down here we will say I mean, yeah, we will say deinitialize. No, not the initialize. Or should we just initialize? No, clear. We should clear it. We don't need that. No, we don't need allocator. I need it initialize here. There we go. And now let's go here. And I guess one of the first things here. State machine system. Nice. All right. Actually, I don't. No, I don't really get this. I can just call it like this. There we go. Okay. So we're grabbing out this. This pointer should be, you know, stable here. And so we can iterate through that, run these functions. That should not affect this pointer. Then, I mean, unless they go in and deliberately grabs the singleton and deletes this pointer, but yeah. And then we will clear that to not run the same functions again next time. Okay. So now we should have a function on the context where we can say add function add, I guess, I don't know what to call this, end of frame function, I guess. All right, and we'll grab the end functions. And we'll say add function which is a constant pointer to state function. No, yeah, it did fit in one line, but it was whatever. Okay. Okay. So now we should be able to add that there. I'm doing all this in the hopes that this will work, but I'm not sure if this is gonna fix the issue. And also, because there could be another issue with the spawning here. But instead of doing, yeah, this is like the timed functions to spawn the rock, but I will need another function that is like an intermediate thing, which is like actually spawn the rock. Which is doing this. So I'm gonna rename this to actually spawn the rock and this to spawn rock. Okay, but this one is gonna be add end of frame function, which is actually spawn the rock. Okay. So now it's more controlled. Okay, now let's check whatever else we are. Well, no, it's init projectile. We are doing it here as well, so let's rename this actually spawn projectile, and then spawn projectile, because it's gonna be some weird sort of race condition or something that makes it happen. It's just, it felt like, okay, it happens only at the third attack, so it feels like the chances was kind of high. So we'll see if this fixes it. Okay. Let's see if it compiles. No. Oh yeah. Forget about this. We don't need this. State machine 66. Oh yeah, the return type is wrong. It's actually an optional. Still issues here. Oh, you need... No, you have context. What's your problem? Oh. Wait. No, you don't need pointer there. There we go. Expected type. This found pointer, okay. Oh, this is pointer. There we go. Oh, of course I need to do this. Well, okay. Interesting. Got a crash. And oh yeah, we never actually added the singleton, so we need to add. Where is it? No, that's timed functions. Here's the system. We need to add this as well. Okay. I mean, let's go to game init. We'll go to initial load. Let's just add it here. Let's do init singletons. A little different pattern there than I usually have, but that's fine. Benji Lignard, thank you for the follower. I was thinking if there were some strange play on words there for a second, but perhaps not. I don't really know how to pronounce it. Init singletons. Oops. Yeah, let's just add singletons. Singletons. Add a state thing there. Should be fine. Okay, it runs, it compiles. Let's see if it works. It's just so funny that it just exits the atmosphere. Yeah, this is like a weird thing because I'm not sure like what actually caused thing, if this is solved or not, but I guess we'll just continue our merry way and see if it works. Interested in Zig Raylib? Okay, cool. Well, have a nice day. Honestly, I hate how normal Raylib includes so many compilers. What do you mean? That it supports a lot of compilers, or? All right. Now, why is the project tiles flying off into space? Is the question. Let's figure it out. No gravity, true. Well, that's not correct. This should be false, right? That's probably why. Normal Raylib has CLang, MSVC, GCC, all that included for no reason, like they are downloaded with Raylib. Okay, like the configuration for compiling with those things. There we go. It also has Zig. I mean, it's nice that they support. I think it's nice that they support a lot of different compilers. So, to enable, it increases the reach of the library to be able to be used by many more people who are using different tools. So I would guess that that is the reason, but I don't know. Let's see. Okay. Well, okay, so now we have mostly done everything for the monster. There's one tiny thing left, and that is this. No, not this one. This guy has like a variant. It's here, this thing here, which I think for some reason like crashes the game. So I'm gonna see if I can figure this out. Or we can just create a new. We can see how easy it is to create a new variant, a new monster, just doing this thing that we want this monster to do. So this is the boss. And so here we have the boss, and it's gonna spawn the monsters, and then it crashes. So there's an issue there. But I'm thinking what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna copy this, maybe copy. No, let's go through the process of actually adding a new entity. And it doesn't even have to be an entity in the editor either. This could just be in the code here. So we need the thing is that we have a monster for the boss, which is like the boss spawn. Where is that thing. Here's the forest boss. We should really have like bosses, a bosses clause here, and then the custom at the end. Bosses. Let's move this up at the monsters here. Make it more thing there. Bosses, yeah. And so we'll add like forest boss spawn. Okay. Now this would trigger some sort of so this is the process for adding a new monster there. This will trigger a compiler error because it's saying missing struct field forest boss spawn in spawn system here. And so we need to add a spawn scene entities config for this monster. I'm gonna add it down here with the forest boss, and it doesn't have any properties, so there we go. That's that. And then we should also get another place here, 227. This is where we actually spawn the monster, and so we will go down to, I guess we can add it with the boss, make it work there. And then we should have like monsters dot forest boss spawn and init entity, and then the rest should be sort of the same here. So now we need to make this work, make this exist, and so we just add this here. And we will create a new file here, forest boss spawn, and forest boss spawn. And now we have our monster there, and we can say, well, let's just copy this as a template. Actually, we have a lot of these old things. Okay, I'll just clean this up a little bit here. Utils. Oops. All right. I'm gonna remove this. There we go. Alright, I'm gonna move you. So this is the convention. You have all the constants at the top, then the state machine, and then this struct here with the state and stuff. And then the reason, we don't really need the reason anymore, so we'll remove that. Now this is actually a forest boss spawn now, and we'll rename you to forest boss spawn. Alright, we have the default thing there. Why am I worried about this? Okay, because I'm immediately going into spawning. So actually, instead of doing this, we can just say that we're spawning directly in instead. And then on spawn we set to walk, default behavior, walk speed. Yeah, I mean that's basically it. And then we adjust the walk speed to be 600 instead. And then we basically have our thing there. Except we need to do this as well. So this is like when we initialize, like when we spawn here, we add a little bit of a thing here, impulse thing here. So yeah, I'm gonna fix that. I don't mean support, they literally have you download them as well, even if you have one. I don't know why like I have I don't know how to pronounce it, Ming W, but Raylib itself includes CLang and all that stuff that it makes me download for no reason and makes it. Well, how does it make you download it? Like, what are your steps for installing Raylib? Because well, I actually, well, yeah, I just clone the repo, and then you can basically, well, for Zig at least, you can just use this build.zig file. Maybe it needs some of those things to actually compile it. I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe there's something with the installation step that, I don't know. Are you following the official documentation, or I don't know? I've never used it with like C++. Or is it using C? I forgot which one it is. Okay, remove drop on death. Well, we can just say here, we can say drop on death is no. I honestly would rather use all other libraries personally. What do you mean all other libraries? Like SDL and let's do this. I don't need this anymore. That should be good. I'd rather use that for Raylib. Okay. I mean, it works well for me in Zig. It never forced me to download anything, as far as I know, anyway. It just works. I can even, you know, you can even add like the C Raylib git project as a dependency in Zig, and you can just import it and it works. And it just uses Zig as a compiler. Alright, so we're getting involved. We're applying some weird inputs there. We're getting the state machine. What? Why are we doing that? Oh, we're setting it to spawning. Okay, we don't need to do that because we can just set the initial state there directly, which we're doing over here to spawning. Okay, and then it's changing the health. So we can just set the health to whatever we need. We change this to 2. There we go. Now we don't need to do U. It's doing the spawn. We don't need to do that. There we go. Because it's done anyway, I think. Or maybe it's not, actually. Oh, it's doing it here. Okay. Default waiting to spawn. So, yeah, we should. Yeah, this can remove that. Also, here we have set animation using context instead.
being false. There we go. State set state duration. I'm just cleaning stuff up here. Now this one, we don't actually need this because we can say end of animation instead. So we don't need you. And play sound we still need to do it the old way, that's fine. Alright. Now basically we want to do this stuff. So we could do like waiting to spawn, except it's different. It's like, yeah, we could do default waiting to spawn. Now let's just copy this. It's like very simple. Yeah, let's just do initial is a function. It's actually a state function. And we do these things, so we basically trigger the spawn immediately, and then we set the state to default blah 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 spawning. There we go. All right. Is spawning done? Yeah. Instead of doing that, now we can say state ends. Wait, has state ended? That's right. So we can actually is spawning down. We can remove this. All right. Yeah. We set the state to spawning immediately instead of waiting for the player to be close enough. So we trigger all this. And then we do, when the spawning is done, we just do whatever the other thing was doing here. We set state to walk. Yeah. Default behavior. But I am interested in testing like other libraries for Zig. But I think there's very, like, at least last time I looked, which is like 1 year ago, there was not really that many sort of native Zig or things written in Zig that were sort of, it's all like C libraries that you have to import and use, which is fine, but it would be nice if there was like a Zig optimized library. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, we don't need the reason anymore. Anything else? Alright, let's see you. We don't need. Alright. Okay. I mean, I guess we could do this. It's really gonna be part of this here. So actually, yeah, I'll move this up here. And
because now we can simplify this a little bit as well, and we have this random thing where we apply some impulse. I mean, you can even add these functions to context if we want to. Whatever. Just convenience. Or the monster utils or something. Alright, now that should be it for this monster. Yeah. So let's see if it compiles and if the boss. Well, we have to also hook it up so that it actually spawns this monster instead of the other one. Yeah, but there was someone gave me a tip on a library called Sokol, which yeah, it's interesting. I would wanna check it out sometime. I mean, I think I would probably end up writing some sort of interface or something, and then you can sort of switch out the backend or something like that, because it's probably not a good idea to engrain the. One second here. Whoops. Wait, what happened? Yeah, 1 second here. Wait, how long has I been muted here? I don't know. Now it should spawn the new type there. Okay, there we go. Okay, cool. All right. Okay, couple of things there to fix the boss. Well, for one, all monsters now are done. So that means if we go to our monster system, this basically this entire file can just be removed. Actually, probably. We do have some things that we use. Like I think the monster type is still referenced. Maybe debug. Okay, we have that. It's basically a way to group all the monster entities, but we don't really need to do anything. I mean, let's just strip it down to whatever this would be. I don't think, yeah. Here's the component. It's not used anymore, so we're not actually adding, you know, add monster AI component. It's not actually used, so we can just remove this entire component. And apparently that got rid of this. Yeah, we don't really use this either, I don't think. And if we are, we should sort of remove it. Yeah, this is only for the monster. Oh yeah, this one. Now we can remove that actually. And we can replace this there. All right, we'll figure it out. This one we can just remove. That's so nice to remove all this crap here. We're not using this function anymore. Yeah, we're basically, yeah, we're not doing anything with Monster AI system. The only thing is, this is commented out, so let's just remove this. And let's see. Yeah, we have the update, but there's basically nothing happening. Check pending damage. Yeah, we can just remove this actually. We'll remove this thing here. We have the systems, we'll remove it here, and then we have debug. So this is basically the only place where we actually had some functionality that we can use. I think what I'm gonna do is maybe, there's really no way of getting this anymore, I don't think. Well, let's actually look at this. Hunt player. What is this? Walk towards. What is this? Spawn projectile, spawn rock. Everything has been moved. Alright, here's the update function. Are we doing anything in here that we missed? Playing the spawn sound? No, we already do that. Jumping? No. There's nothing here that we don't do. Update attack. Okay, in here's still some minor things that I think, like this. I think it's only this actually. This is the only thing, like we're playing a sound like make rock sound, that we need to sort of migrate out. But otherwise, I think, yeah, maybe this as well. But you know, that is gonna get noticed and fixed. Returns true if players hit or block the attack. Yeah, it's not used, so let's get rid of this. Apply knockback. We already Check if dead. Check pending damage. We can. Actually, there could be something here. No. Hit particles, stunned if hit. Cancel attack if hit. Like, this is all built into the state machine now. Knockback is done. Spawning ansatz is done. Aggro. Okay, so this was kind of interesting. Like, this was built in before. Like, all monsters had this behavior where if you hit it out of, yeah, if you hit the monster, it automatically hunts you. So now we have to sort of do it in the state machine, but it's not really that big of a deal. Okay, that was it. But what about the thing that I saw? What was the thing that I saw? Oh, this one. I think this just looked into the monster type, got it attack hitbox rect from the monster. Oh yeah, this is actually not even used anymore. I think. Oh yeah, because we're using this instead. So I think we just, yeah, these two, we just remove them. We just remove this. And we also remove this. There we go. That was fixed easily. Okay. What else is happening? Nothing. Awesome. Do you exist still? Yes. Do you exist? No. Everything in here is gone. Okay, I think the only thing left is basically these things. It's just a way to get to the monsters. And then we also have this, which is not needed really. Where is this used? In debug. It's okay, block, okay. Ledge hitboxes, right. I think I just remove this. I have to re-implement that in another way. And I'm just gonna see. This isn't even used anywhere. I'll just remove that. Okay, and that was basically the only place. Let's remove this. Okay, it's always nice to just clean out the entire thing. Hang on 1 second here. I need to go BRB a couple of minutes here, so I'll be right back. All right, let's continue. Sorry about that. Okay. Very, very nice. Got rid of all that old crap there, and now it's a lot easier to deal with make new monsters and change their behavior and stuff. Let's check. Okay, this one. What are you? What? Why? Why do you exist? So you're on the options there. Okay. Let's check if this is actually needed now. I will search for this, and here is the reason for that. Now this is like one of the few places we actually want to know this, but the reason is, yeah, this is like the only monster I think where we care about this. But they now have like their own reason thing, so I think we should use that instead. Alright, let's continue here. That's there. The test monster. No, we don't need that. You. Yeah, that's that. And you, we don't need. Okay, and that's it. So yeah, I think the only, well, if we do this again, places now are the source here. This is the actual place where it exists, and this is where the only place where it's used. So yeah, actually I think it's in here now, spawn reason. Yeah, we'll use that instead. Remove that. You, yeah, just remove you. You, yeah, okay, so it depends here. Do we even use this though? What do we use it for? If it was hit, we do that. Okay, let's do this. I think, okay, the thing that we need to do is basically, well, I need to fix this up a little bit here. We need to say this is spawn with that instead. There we go. No. Alright. Hey Yoshi boy, how's it going? It's going very well. Thank you. How's it going yourself? Welcome. Alright, let's fix this up a little bit. Scene. Well, now we usually say this. And there's a lot of places. Okay. Forest boss. Alright. Oops. Good, just tired working in Rust at like 10 in the morning. Tired as hell, got out of bed 2 hours ago. Okay. What are you making in Rust? Yeah. Why do we need this? Okay. Oh, I see. If we just want to spawn an animation, I see. Working on a Discord bot. Cool. And yeah, sorry. A Discord bot. Is it hard to make a Discord bot? Actually, I already made one, so I should know. But I was thinking of a Twitch bot. That's right, because I haven't done a Twitch bot. As you can probably maybe tell, I don't know. Some people joined in here and started typing commands and stuff, and I don't really have that, so I should probably try and fix that. I don't know. I'm trying to focus on the thing here. Okay, well, anyway, yeah, I'll not spend any more time in this file, so that should be good. Let's see, we have now mostly, I mean, now this file has basically changed from being the place where basically almost all logic for all monsters have been housed. And we went from that to basically placing all monsters now host their own sort of logic. And we also optimized a lot and broke out the patterns of everything into their own sort of helper functions stuff. So now it's a lot more sort of condensed. So even though every monster has their own behavior, I think overall we actually gained, or yeah, we downsized the lines of code. Like, I haven't measured it, but it's I think that is probably correct. What is this now? But the main point is not the lines of code. The main point is that now it's a lot easier to change the behavior of a monster. It's a lot easier to implement monsters. It's a lot easier to see the overview of a monster's functionality. And yeah, so I think overall this is a major improvement. And now we're sort of done with that. So yeah, that's awesome. Use of undeclared identifier entity. Oh yeah, this is just monster. That's right. But Yoshi, are you using Rust for the Discord bot? So is Rust your main language? Okay, and another major thing about this is that now that we don't have the monster AI system anymore, and the monster AI component, monster component, wait, what is this? Wait, what the hell is this? If we're jumping, we set it to, oh, I didn't notice this one. Basically, if we were on the ground, I think, at the moment of collision, we also end the jump. Okay, this is also, you know, a very, you know, a sign of a very fragmented system. So basically, this should now happen in the monster state machine and not like out here. There's a very unnecessary dependency over here. So I will remove this, and I think we don't really need to care about that because it should all work. I mean, if we go to this guy and we go to jump, and then we have like, okay, I mean, I guess we don't really, wait, when are we exiting this actually? Oh, we're exiting it immediately. Okay, this is actually kind of, this is wrong. You know what? I will do set state duration. I will actually set this to infinite. I mean, we could say set state I don't know what to call it, like never ends. No, what would I search for? Infinite duration, something like that. And this would be that. Why is Rust the first word I hear when I come back here? Why does God hate me? So, do you hate Rust now? Or what's happening? You've been hating on it for a while? Okay, so what is your gripe? But wouldn't you you were the one who was reading the book or something, or was or have you actually tried to programming in it? Because I'm interested in reading about the borrow checker and everything like that, but I don't have any knowledge of that. I would like to learn about that stuff because I feel like that should be like applicable to any low level programming language. And but I haven't really tackled any like multi-threaded stuff, at least not, you know, more at a larger scale, I guess you could say.
You know, people do regret their life choices sometimes. That's my case. Okay, but what is why do you don't what is it about Rust that makes you not like it? Oh yeah, so now we should set this to infinite. There we go. But the thing is now, okay, so if we're jumping, we should also know when we should end the jump. And so we want to check if we're on the ground. And if we're on the ground, then we want to end our state. So then I think we just say, we could just say like end state, or because I want the common behavior to sort of say what we want to do. I think it's like this. We want to choose a random movement basically. Yeah. So we landed, then we do something else. Yeah, we really missed that. Now that is like, this is the one that jumps. We have one other monster that jumps, but here I think we already have. This is like a jump attack, so it's a little bit different. And during the attack, we can take damage. We can be stunned. Or if we attack the player, we will walk. Or if we're on the ground, we are stunned. So it's already handled there. Okay, cool. Yeah. That was good to go through that. Monster component. Is there anything else? Monster AI component. This doesn't exist anymore. Let's remove that. Oh yeah, because you don't exist. There we go. Okay, I'll clean that up, but let's see. Update spawn animations. What is this? This isn't even used. What the hell kind of old code is this? Going through each monster, we are checking, I guess, if we are spawning. If it's done, then we set it to idle. Okay, yeah, this is like super old code. Okay, cool. This one is done. Debug entity sprint. Yeah, I think I do want to sort of keep this maybe around. It's sort of a way to sort of show components, I guess. I do want to have a more, maybe a UI or something for this instead. I don't know. I think I'll just remove this actually. Where is it? This is not used. Let's just remove this. Alright. What else? Okay, what are we doing here? Regenerate. Oh, I see. So we're looking for the monster. Okay, so we're looking for the spawns.
Right. So we should really not look at monsters. We should look at... Hang on. We'll go here. Where is the... We have devices. Let's add monsters. Where is monster type? No, we don't have that. Okay, forest boss spawn. There we go. So we're looking for those. But we don't care about... If the length is more than one, right. Monster data. The entire language and a lot of the community. The entire language. Okay. And a lot of the community. Ah, yeah. I've heard that the community, there's something going on there. I have no idea. I don't, you know, indulge in that drama or whatever. It feels weird that a programming language would be subject to that. But it was something to do with the foundation. I don't know. Oh yeah, also yeah, Yoshi boy, thank you for the follow. Sorry, I forgot. I didn't see that. Like I might not like it that much, but at least you're really chill. But some rustations are just insufferable. Okay. Yeah. I haven't seen an example of that yet, but maybe I'll come across it. I don't know. I mean, it I don't know. I feel like when Rust first came out, I didn't really look into it. It was to me, it's just like I wasn't interested at all in new programming languages at that time because it just felt like, oh, this is just another, I don't know, C++ or I don't know. Another, because I didn't really look into the language or the features or anything. I just knew that it was some sort of low level you know, new sort of program language, new thing there, but I wasn't interested in it, so I never looked into it. But then I learned, after watching some stuff, I learned that it actually had overlap with Haskell, so then I got interested because I like Haskell, so Rust is miles away from C++ syntax wise. I mean, yeah, sure. Well, yeah, I mean, it is sort of C based. I mean, it does have like parentheses and curly braces, and you know, the basic structure, I guess, is based on the same for some things. And even the type, I think the type variables or the you know, the type parameters and stuff, or like the classic angled brackets. Whereas here in Zig you have parentheses because it's actually a function that you call, which is kind of cool. But anyway, let's see. What am I doing here? Oh yeah, I was looking for... Oh yeah, so the forest spawn... oh yeah, this ability here. The boss regenerates. It consumes the monsters. I'm just gonna make sure that... So this is the entity. So we're getting a random entity from this list. Is basically what this is. This means here. And we're killing that. And we are increasing the health of the boss. Actually, we should use heal, the heal function instead. Heal and regenerate amount. Yeah. And I mean, we could just do this. All right. But yeah, as I said, I mean, I'm interested into learning the sort of the way sort of the borrow checker and stuff like that works, because that was like a mystery to me. Like I was trying to use it and I didn't learn any of the inner workings of it. I just tried to use it as just another language, you know, and nothing that I tried worked. It was the compiler was complaining on everything that I tried to do. So I was like, how the hell do you even use this language? And so that's, yeah, I'm gonna try and do something with it sometime, I think. But right now it's just Zig. But what like, okay, have you so question, have you tried using it? Have you tried actually programming in Zig, or I mean in Rust? Okay, now this should all be gone, or not. Oh, I see. So, well, let's just change this to forest boss spawn. I wonder if there's like a count directly. Okay, whatever. Doesn't matter. Alright. Okay, that should be the last bastion of defense for this old system here. Cool. We got rid of that. Nice. Alright. Okay. What now? Right, we have this test monster thing. Actually, you know what? Let's try. Okay, first off, I'm gonna try and see if we have any compilers. I got this weird space, like empty lines here. Okay, yeah. Attack. What is going on here? The source, the monster. So I'm just gonna do get and use this function here. Anything else? Game update 80. Debug entity sprint. Okay, yeah, I don't. We'll get rid of that. Wait, monster utils 517. And also, being miles away from C++, I wouldn't necessarily call that bad. To be honest, at least some parts of it, like the lambdas, are insane. Now, what is happening here? No field name entered. Oh, I see. Yeah. This is just this now. Okay, there we go. Now, why is the boss not taking damage is the question. So let's go in here first and see what kind of issues we have. We need to press play. Yeah, the boss doesn't take damage. The spawning of these work at least. Although the death animation is kind of weirdly off-center. Okay, well, whatever. I'm not gonna look into that right now. So why is the boss not taking damage? Let's go to forest boss. What is up with you? Here is this thing here. So The cool thing here is that we can actually employ the state machine to the boss as well. Actually, that does make a lot of sense, since the boss has like a lot of different states and phases and stuff like that. So it would make sense to like use a state machine, and probably will simplify a lot of code in here to do that. I won't get into that right now. I just want to see if I can fix the issues that we have. So why are we not taking damage? We have a health component somewhere. Oh, we're invincible. Wait, why are we invincible? Also, we don't need to do that. If we're gonna be invincible, we can do this infinitely. Is this removed somewhere? Orb respawn. Oh, okay, yeah. The boss, okay, yeah. So I forgot how this works. The boss itself is invincible because the boss doesn't have a hitbox. It's the 3 orbs that can take damage. That is right. So it's these guys that actually cannot or is not being hit here. So why is that? I mean, okay, I think I know why, because we have this new attack system and we have this attack target which determines what target can get damaged by the attack, and we have monster and player. And if it's monster, then we check if it's a monster. If the target is valid, it should be a monster. If it has a monster tag, oh yeah, this is like a special monster tag that we add in this function. That is correct. I thought I had options for these things. Maybe I didn't use those. No. I mean, it's easily added. I could just use this function instead to add the orbs, to create the orbs. Where is that? Here. So we could do that. And we even have an entity there. Init orb, or is this the old entity? No, this is the actual entity. Orbs. Where is that happening? Oh, here we go. We're creating orbs up here. Okay. And then we are initializing each orb. Okay, so we're entering here with the entity that's already the orb. And so what we can do is we can say init monster position let's see yeah, we add this thing here. And then we have the options and T. Wait, we don't have T here? Well, I guess we can add it. We don't need it apparently. Why do we need T actually? Oh yeah, we need it for like the animation and stuff. Okay. Right, so we're adding that there. And drop on death is no. Damage on touch is shield blocks false. Death settings is this. We have an on death thing. We have orb max health. So that we can, this we can still do outside there. We could also have a state machine for the orbs as well to handle that instead. But whatever. Draw layer. We add this rectangle component for debug purposes, so we can see the actual orb. Physics system, we add this thing there, so this is just going to be hitbox is equal to get orb hitbox, and it's static, false, solid, true. Yeah, this should all be just standard stuff. So let's remove this. What else do we have? Collision groups, we don't really have. We should, yeah, collision groups should be. It should really not have any collision groups actually. So I think I'll just leave that as empty. And then direction doesn't matter. We don't really have anything here, so no gravity, no friction, no air drag. Yeah. All right, so now it should be included into the monsters sort of group, you could say. I'm just gonna make sure what's happening in here. So the only thing we're doing here, I think, yeah, we're adding entity ID, which we don't have. We're adding the animations. Yeah. I mean, technically, why was that so hard to say? Technically, we can call this and add, like, this is like a adding like a default, you know, texture, missing texture, basically missing texture default thing. But we do have this debug, like draw orange rectangle, so we can see it, so that's fine. All right. Yeah, that should be it, I think. All right, what's the problem? What's your issue? Expected 5 minutes. Oh yeah. So let's see. What do you need? You need register entity position draw layer T. Oh yeah, you need T now. That's right. There we go. $583. Boom. What? Oh. I see. Oh, shift blocks false is default. Okay, okay. So we don't even need to worry about that. There we go. Fine, one missing. Wait, what are we missing? Oh, no. They are all default. Oh, this one. Okay, yeah, let's set that to null then. Wait. That should be like default. We shouldn't need to set that to null by... Yeah, let's set this to null by default. There we go. Okay, let's see now if they take damage. There we go. Okay, and all this still works. I'm gonna go through and see if everything works here. I'm gonna... Well, I have to enable my upgrades. So we go to player upgrades. And this should be true here, but it's gonna get overwritten by the save. So I will go here, restore primitives. And I will just say that has focus lens is true. So we can do this boss fight here. Oh, it saved the state of the doors. These should be sort of marked as not having the stores be saved, and it crashed because we were in the wrong phase. So what I will do, I will just remove the save file and we'll try again, because that will sort of reset everything there. It crashed because it was like in the wrong state when wait, why am I not getting the lens? Because I never... Okay. Okay, I have to have a save file. Now I have the lens. There we go. Whoops. Okay, that's still an issue. Like, when you take damage, if you are like taking, if you're at multiple targets dealing damage to you in the same frame, you take multiple damage as well. You should only take like 1 damage. Okay, and this is the same issue here. The boss is also not, you know, a monster per se, so it is sort of easily fixed by wait. It should be easily fixed by just adding the monster tag. But also, what is this animation? How do we have like an animation for the boss? Okay, well, whatever. Well, okay, let's actually just do that. Let's create an entity for the boss. So this would just be init monster again. Position. What is the position actually? Oh, it's just scene entity position. Options and then we have T. And animations. Let's just grab that. The key is going to be idle, I think it was. Yeah. Alright. Collision groups. I'm gonna do this. Hitbox. What is the hitbox of the boss? It's down here. Get hitbox. Draw layer. Health. Where is that? Max health. It's just max health. Damage on touch is true. Drop on death is null. Direction doesn't matter. Death settings is interesting. I'm not sure if we even have that. Oh, it's this. Okay, let's just take this down. And that should be fine. All right, so that replaces a lot of things. That replaces this, all of the animation stuff, and that. Oh yeah, actually we shouldn't have damage on touch. Damage on touch is disabled. Or is this a bool? Yeah, it's false. Draw layer we don't need. Death settings we already added. Health component we have. This we don't need to add. Invincible we do need to add. We don't need to do any of this. However, we do want to set static and solid to true. So let's go here, and now we actually need to add this. False. True. Right, both of them are true, so let's set static true. Otherwise only solid is true, I think it was. Wait. Solid is true, yes. By default. Okay, I think. Oh yeah, we have the bosses group, that's right. So let's just add that. There we go. Now we can get rid of this. All right. And on boss death, we have there as well. Let's gather up all of the things related to the boss itself up here. And what is this? Does this even work? Like this is an array. Like, does this work? In my experience, copying an array does not work, but apparently it may work. Here. No, I don't trust this at all. I'm just gonna say undefined. Boss started. Oh, sure, why not? I'm gonna add this here, and then we're gonna grab that. Okay, yeah, we have it here. And then we're gonna say this instead. Whoops. And we don't care about this actually. Orb attack keys. Well, it's just number of orbs. Right. And then we do init orb. Can we do it? Oh yeah, it barely fits. Great. Okay. That's yeah, it simplifies a little bit there. Yeah, I mean, it remains to be seen if it actually works, but that is good. Okay. And I would like to change, like, implement a state machine for this boss instead of having it like this, but yeah, at least doing it like this fixes the issue with the attacks not hitting, and it also, you know, refactoring a little bit is nice. I'm on a refactoring spree here. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, that is one of the things. Okay, that's like the boss direction, I think, is the issue there. One of the things where, I mean, it's actually very easily fixed right now, because what we can do is we can say, basically in the update function, I mean, okay, let's just start. Let's start making a boss. So here's like sort of the current state machine. It's just it's very, I don't know. Yeah, it's very sort of tagged union-y, instead of having it in an actual, like the way we have state machines right now. I don't know. Let's just try it. So forest boss state machine. Okay. So we'll have a initial function. Now this is context. There we go. So what's gonna happen here is basically, yeah, let's just set the state to I don't know, idle state, and we'll have a pre-function that will face the player, and then an update function that basically does nothing. No, wait, actually, well, we just face the player every frame. That should work. Okay, that's basically it. We'll start with that, which will make it so that we have a state machine in the update function. We're basically just facing the player, and that solves the issue with projectiles not being spawned and facing the player, basically. So when we initialize this guy, we need to also add the state machine now, and this is going to be forest boss state machine dot initial. There we go, and that should be fixing that issue. So we can try it out. And we can try moving past the boss as well. I'm thinking of whoops. Oh, let me remove the save file. I have to enter exit, go down here, do this, do that. Boom. Also, like, yeah, so now the projectiles are following me around here. Also, the boss, you can see the charge attack, or the boss or the orb kind of extend attack. I don't know what to call it. What am I trying to say? It also is a little bit weird because it doesn't really, like, if you're on the right side, and now you can see the boss actually takes damage. Pretty nice. Oh, okay, that bug is still there. Like, you take damage when the boss, when the orb kind of respawns there. That should not happen. On orb death, we should basically disable the death, like damage on touch. Enabled false. And then when we respawn, we enable it again. But that might still be the issue there. The respawn. Yeah, this should happen like at the same instance. So this, maybe the problem is not with that. Maybe the problem is more like we respawn it. It still has the same position. When are we actually changing the positions? Basically, I think it should be like the next frame. So we should run, when we respawn, we should run the orb position thing. We should set, yeah, we should set the thing. Get rigid body and set position to orb position. Whoops. Wait, entity is the orb entity. Man. Force boss. There should only be one force boss, so we can do like basic view. Force boss, and then raw, and then 0. So there's our forest boss. There. Alright, what do we need here? We need active. Why do we need active? Orb attack state. Prepare, attack, cooldown, rotating orb position. Okay, we'll just use this, rotating orb position instead. So we don't need force boss. We don't need that. This would be rotating thing. Offset. What is offset? Boss position. Oh, so we do need the boss. Okay, is there another way I can fix this real quick? We'll just add damage on touch. If it's not enabled, we enable it every frame. Like at the start of the thing. Yeah. So orb respawn is there. When, and this was, by the way, more, I guess, easier to do when with the state machine actually. But let's see. So at when we advance, I think it's from stand. Yeah, from stand we respawn that. We go to phase 1 active, and then we're over here. The problem is we don't really have like a transition function. Well, we have a transition. We don't have like an initial transition function. I don't think. Let's see, update phase 1. Okay, well, let's just do it here. Oh, this is not entity. This is self orbs eye. Here we go. All right. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna wait for him to attack. Do this. Stand here, spam. And when he respawns, we're... If it doesn't work, we take damage. Okay, so we still take damage. Interesting. Are we actually looking at this damage on touch? Are we looking at this enabled? Yes, we are. Okay. Maybe. I mean, we're setting the position here, and then we enable damage on touch, so it really shouldn't. It really shouldn't. Why are we spamming this out? It really shouldn't damage us until it's like updated the orb position, which should be. Wait, what is the actual like active phase at this point? Active, stationary, active. Where's the orb attack state? So what is that set to actually? Cooldown. Okay. So that should be cooldown. which is just a normal, I think. Yeah, the normal position. Otherwise, you have like the position to the orb attack positions. If this is the position, it's gonna be sort of the rotating around the thing. But I still took damage, so I don't know why. Maybe we'll have like a little time when they don't deal damage or something. That just feels so hacky though. Although, okay, we're doing this. Update orb attack, should attack. Maybe there's like one frame where it's like doing some weird thing. But that doesn't really make sense because it... No, okay. There should be a little bit of time where the orbs kind of don't really do damage. Maybe they don't do damage and they can't take damage, something like that. So there should be like a respawn time where they sort of, you know, get back to their original positions, then start like rotating or whatever. Something like that. Maybe I'll translate this into a state machine. I mean, I'm very keen on doing that. I've just translated all monsters into state machine equivalents. It would be really interesting to see how easy it would be to do this, and do some numbers to see, okay, how many lines of code was there before. Like this one is like 350 lines, something like that. But then we also have a whole bunch of stuff in here. Yeah, that's gonna be a huge task though. But now I kinda, you know, gotten used to this a little bit. I had like on orb death, like all of these could be, you know, translated into state machine pretty easily. So we'll basically have like one. Okay, we can do this. We can do. We have one for forest boss state machine. We can also have one for forest boss. Like we can have like orb state machine. Yeah. And then we have an initial function. And I'm just gonna add this for now. Okay, and then init orb, we are going to add, state machine. Okay, that's a start. we actually have like idle. Let's do like a dead state. Dead state's actually gonna be a more interesting state for these because they can be respawned and there's something happening when they die, I guess, which is on orb death here. No, on boss death. Is that what's happening there? Well, we can also move this. We can move this into the boss. Let's actually do that. So let's grab this. We'll add a dead state to the boss. No, this is gonna be a struct where we have a pre function. Oops. And that's where this is gonna happen. Yeah. And nothing's gonna happen in the update. So there we go. Cool. This one. Okay, there we go. So now we can remove. Wait, did I remove it already? No, we removed that. Great. And also we can remove on boss death somewhere. Where was that? Here. Great. What else can we do here? We have on orb death as well. Let's copy this part, move it into here. And you can replace by this. You can be replaced by this. Rectangle of color is gray. We can do. Oh, that's the boss. So but we can still do this instead. Although this would be that. I'll just add a convenience function here. Get boss. Now, okay, let's do entity. Sure, why not? Get boss entity. And we can add one here for maybe the forest boss. Okay. Wait, what happened? Oh, there was more stuff here. There we go. Okay, so we need the boss entity. So the boss entity is get boss entity. There we go. And we hurt the boss. We get the boss, the forest boss. Get boss as well. And we we're checking if all orbs are dead. We will check if the forest. Oh, I see. That we're. Yeah. Is all orbs dead? I mean, we could add a properties function for that. Instead. Do we need you? Yes. Is all orbs dead? And then look at the face. If we're on stationary, we advance the face, otherwise we don't do anything. Okay. It feels like this is the only time where this is possible to be happening. No, if we're stationary, yeah. So if we're that's like the first normal state. That's like the first state that the boss is in, and so you kill the orbs, then we advance the phase. But advanced phase, isn't that a function on? Yeah, that's a function on forest boss, so we can do forest boss dot advanced phase instead. There we go. Okay, well, let's just assume that we need to do everything there. Now we can remove you, and we can remove you. But what we also need to do is, you know, how to trigger the dead component. So, or I mean, state. So what we need to do is we need to say when we are in idle update, we need to have a common behavior that we look at if is dead. We don't really need the this doesn't really need to say check is dead, just is dead. There we go. Okay, is dead. We set the state to dead. Otherwise, we can take damage, but that doesn't really do anything. I mean, it's playing a sound and doing hit particles, but the thing is that we might not even have hit particles. What else are we doing? Basically nothing, because everything else is okay. I can remove this as well now because it's like the old system here. Yeah. I think what we do is we add this to the option spawn hit particles is true, and then we do here, we do if we have this on, we do this. Okay, so the only thing we need is like this actually, but fine. And then we don't really care if we was hit or not, so I will just do this. And then the options is spawn hit particles is false. Alright. So we can now go to the dead phase. We play a sound when we're hit. Yeah. And yeah, so this this already enhances the behavior here on top of that behavior we already have. I think we could just skip this. We can basically just say advanced phase here, because the only way you're gonna kill the orbs is in this phase anyway. So why would we even need to check this? I'll just do this. Maybe it's needed, maybe not. Whatever. We do that. But they are still dead. But this is like a one-time thing, so it doesn't matter that much. Alright. Okay. And during death we don't really do anything here, but we are going to do something, because we are looking for when the phase is different, when the phase goes from stunned. But that is gonna be, yeah, this is gonna be different, like advanced phase. Well, maybe this function will still be the same, but if we're changing the boss to a state machine, then it's gonna be different, probably. All right. Yeah, I think I will call it. I'm beginning to get a little bit tired here. I'll just do a little bit more on. It's just so fun to redo this stuff in the state machine, just to see how well will this handle this, because this feels like a very good fit for the state machine, where you have a bunch of different phases, a bunch of different states. And now it's like all packed into this sort of pattern that we have, instead of being sort of all maybe like ad hoc, basically. So let's just do a little bit more, and I think I will do the rest some like the next time. Let's see. What more do we need to do? So this should still work now if we run this. Respawn. Now we don't. This is interesting now, because we don't really need to have a function that's called respawn. What we do, we have a state where when we set. I mean, we could have a respawn state, I guess, and I guess we should have actually a respawn state. And now it's very easy to add one. Where the orbs sort of go back to their place, so we could just add that in there. Orb position, yeah, we still need to calculate that, so we can't really do anything about this, and it's going to be dependent on the phase there. Let's see. What we could do maybe is move everything that does not need the forest boss out into like outside, so we can call them from outside, perhaps. Not sure. And this is like, you know, very specific area. Update phase 1. We can just add a phase 1 state machine which will do this instead. So let's actually do that. Phase 1 update. Also, it's kind of fragmented already. Like, some things are in this union enum here, but some things are in the boss struct itself. So I would rather have it here. So it doesn't really make sense to have an idle face unless this is something that was beside the other face system. But now that if we want to move the face system in here, it's we're not gonna have an idle state basically. We're gonna have a phase 1. Well, the phase 1 actually has several different states here. We have phase 1 active, regenerating, and stunned. So we're gonna have like phase 1 active. There basically is no phase 2 because I just never wanted to implement it. But let's keep, I guess, phase 1 active, phase 1 regenerating, phase 1. I guess phase 1 could be more like, I don't know, rotating or something like that. Stationary maybe even. Wasn't that called as stationary? That's the whole phase 1 there. They're all stationary basically. It's always stationary, but it could be like rotating or something, orb rotating. I mean, active is also good, but if we're gonna implement flying, then active is kind of weird name. Okay, whatever. It's easily renamed anyway. Let's just do active. Alright, and so we will have, well, we're gonna need a pre-function and an update function. No. Alright, and that is basically, where's active, where's the update phase 1? Here's update phase 1. So these things happen in all of the phases. So I'll just copy that. Go down here, put this in a function called phase 1 update. There we go. And this is the boss, so we can just say this. What's wrongly? Okay, these guys. Okay, let's and now we can call this one, because this is sort of like well, update, no, phase 1 update. Yeah, this is like the common phase 1 update function, so we can just call that. Oh, number of orbs. Is that correct? All right, cool. Now let's get the forest. Let's get the forest boss. What's happening? Oh, that, okay. Wait, no, we can just do forest boss. There we go. Okay, and then we do phase 1 is equal to forest boss phase dot phase 1. There we go. Does this need a pointer or something? Yes. All right. What else? I'll just fix everything for now.
should activate phase 2 max health. Why do we even need this? Oh. Okay, I'll just do this. Why do we need to put max health here? I mean, we already have, like, it's a constant. And actually, I will change you to use context instead. Get entity by entity ID. Fine. Yes. Fine. Alright. Shadow's declaration of active. Where's active? Wait, what? Which one? Oh, this one. Oh. Huh. Okay. Well. Great. I'll just rename these to S. That's great. Okay, well, except we don't really need to call this like this now, because this is like the common stuff. So everything up here we want to do. But this we don't really do. That's done in each of these functions now instead. So if we go over here, we copy all of whatever is in here and we put it in this update function here. So let's get rid of this. We don't need that. And yeah. All right. Number of orbs. We get the orb body. We set the position. Do you need force spots for that? Yeah, we do. And where is this? That's in constants, right? Oops. I think the reason why I opted to have like, yeah, I have all these sort of things here. I was constant orbs or orb, and then angles. It's just because if I wanted to change from a constant to another like variable or something, then I didn't need to change all these places out where I use it. I just changed out the source of where it comes from. But whatever. Get rid of that. That's the orb. Active. Yeah, okay, so this would be, I mean, yeah, so we want to get phase 1, and then this is like phase 1.active, but you're not a pointer, so that's fine. And we don't need you to be a pointer, so we can just do that. There we go.
All right. I mean, really what we could do here is make an orb context. And this is all. Actually, we could do this. We could say that we want to change the entity basically. So for entity, something like this. I don't know. We make a new context. No, this is. Yeah, that's. And then we get a new context. I basically just initialize with registry and the other entity, and then this. So basically just setting it to a new entity. And I mean, what you could do is just say var orb context equal to context, and then change the entity. That basically does the same thing. But it's also nice to have a convenient, I guess, way to do it. Like this. And now we can just get rid of that. Like this. And now we have an orb context, so we don't need to. We can use that a little bit more convenient. All right. Okay, so that was that part. This is the face, not the active. So this should be face 1 active. Now this, okay, so it needs to be a pointer actually. This needs to be a pointer. Because that's a pointer, yeah. Because we're changing it here. And then we have all this crap here. We're looking at the oh yeah. So we're looking at the spawns, checking if we should spawn something, and then we do that. So that's something that's currently sort of happening. I'm gonna move that into some sort of spawn behavior kind of maybe. And we'll take you. And we can rewrite this a little bit. We can say this time up. We can so we do need like the active face here, and it needs to be mutable. Hang on. Register basic view bus spawn length. Max spawns. So where is that? That's like in phase 1 or something. Active max spawns. If the number of spawns is less than max spawns, we spawn 3 things. Spawn, forest post spawn. This one is create timer spawn time. Okay, let's do this. I mean, we could even say we can do this if the timer is not up. Oops. We return. We grab the number of spawns. If they are more than or equal, we also return. Then we do this. Should spawn. If this is less. If we should not spawn, we return. Then we spawn 3 things. I mean, this should really be in a constant, I think. I don't know what they call number of spawn at a time. Okay. Wait, what do you mean const? What do you mean const? Okay, I'm gonna, okay, we'll deal with that. Should telegraph. Shoot. We will move all of this into shoot behavior. Wait, what did I call it? Oh, maybe I didn't. Small behavior. Yeah, that's active. Okay. I don't know. Face active. Okay, we'll move you. Move these things outside, like down here or something. Let's see. Phase 1 update. If should enrage. Let's do this. Why are we getting like health up here? Okay, I guess for this. I'll just remove this. If we're ever gonna have it, then it's easily added. Update time toggle. Okay, this one is like, I guess, a common update orbs in phase 1, I guess. So a little bit easier to see what's actually going on in this function here. Okay. What do you need? You need forest boss. I mean, it's easily grabbed there. What is this? Update for active. You want all the time. Okay. Well, what is happening here? This is like going through. We are basically just updating the orb position here, and we are also sending. So, yeah, I think we'll move this into like update orb position, orb positions. Phase 1. Fine. Position. Oh, let's just do that. User spawn time. What is this? Phase 1 active spawn time. There we go. Forest boss spawn. Shoot behavior. Maybe the different phases could actually be their sort of their own because then they can sort of have namespaced functions and stuff. We don't need to sort of prefix stuff by phase 1 and everything. Hello, Player 7. Have a nice day. Thank you. You too. This is constants. There we go. Orb base vector. Why is that not? That's orb and then base vector. There we go. I just wanted to say it is honestly super inspiring to always see you stream, work all the time. Keep up the great work. Hey, thank you. Thank you for showing up and saying have a nice day every time. It's nice to have some, you know, connection. At least, you know, something that happens gives a little bit of variation to whatever I'm doing here. So thank you for that. Face. Oh yeah, this one is like. Well, okay, this would be this. Let's just update this to be a context instead. We don't really need boss. We can just get the boss then. No. Yeah. And that's the orbs. Oh. Okay, yeah, so we need this, I guess. Okay, instead we actually have a thing for that, but now we need like the orb context. Yeah. And well, I guess we can just do this. I mean, it is some. I mean, I feel like okay. When doing this stuff, I mean, it's half and half being productive and also refactoring is it kind of has, I guess, two sides to it like that. It's like you do it because I feel like it's really nice to indulge in exercising how to do things in a good way. And yeah, because, you know, if you're going to have a large project, then it's very good to do this sometimes, because otherwise it's just going to grow and grow. It's going to be harder and harder to actually add stuff and go in and fix things, and you're just going to lose so much enjoyment. It's going to disappear basically, and yeah, it's just going to be a frustration, everything every time. And then it's going to be this huge amount of work that you have to do in order to fix it. And yeah, but yeah, it's like I do enjoy doing this. I do enjoy replacing like an old pattern that was kind of half and half, and then with a new pattern that just works and is really nice. And yeah, first I've had to find this pattern, but then it just works, and it's really nice. It just works. All right. Orb context is dead. Then we do that. Okay. Okay. What is going on here? We update the attack. We have like a bounded array here that we do that. Okay. I wonder if you could do this. Let's see. You can. Okay, this is kind of weird. I want a unsigned integer. So this is. I want this to be like an int. How do I do this? How do you do? Fitting right now. I don't want. I want like a flag. Like, I mean, you could just do U32 or whatever, but I just wanted to. I want a variable that has as many bits as I have number of orbs. I only have 3, so. But I don't know if there's a way to sort of make this. I know there's a way to make this type. What if you use this type, and then it's an int, and we have bits, which is number of orbs, and then we have signedness is unsigned. So that's now, well, that's the type in it, and so now we have like number of bits. And so yeah, this is pretty stupid, but we could do it like that. There's like a U3 now. It's U3. Hey, the jet, how's it going? When it feels uncomfortable to write in your code base, it's time for refactoring. Yeah, I kind of came into that, but also I was formulating a new idea about how to fix it. And that's also, you know, an important thing. Is like just not, you know, oh, I'm just gonna do a little bit of cleaning here and there. But that's also good to do. But of course, but here it was like, okay, there was one real pain point in the game in the code base, which was the monster AI system that I had. And then I was just like, hey, I have this idea. Let's try it out with the state machines, and turns out it worked perfectly. It was like amazingly better. How much better it was, like infinitely better. And yeah, and then, you know, you have this new way of doing things, and then just replacing the entire thing. Also learning to replace it along the way. Like the velocity you have like increased over time in doing that, because you learn how to replace it during replacing it. And what else did I think about? So yeah, and then you end up with this a lot nicer thing, which yeah, it's just amazing. In contrast, I would say, it's like you still have to sort of think about things. Of course, there's no golden bullet or silver bullet, I mean, but yeah, at least it's not a huge crutch anymore. What I was thinking here is like, what so I have a U3. I'm just gonna set it to 0, but then we can go through the number of orbs, and if we're dead, then we will OR this with I. Do I have to cast this? I don't know. Oops. So you OR it. What are you doing then? I guess you have to loop through again. And now you can do, well, this is, you don't really need, oh, I see. No, well, okay. This is kind of interesting because we need to know how many died. And then we have this thing here. No, okay. Yeah, now this is probably the best way to do it in that case. We have a bounded array of U sizes, so I mean it's yeah, and then we have this could be like a U3, but it's just convenient that it's a U size, and then we, if we're dead, we append it there. If it's dead, then we look for, because the list could be like 0, 1, 2. It could also be 0, 2, or 1, 2, or just 2. So we look at, it could be variable size, and the elements could be different. So yeah, we're looking through that. We're getting that orb out there. So that's the index of the orb. Let's change this to like index. And then we also want to run this. And then you can be orb context now instead. Just convenient to have that there. Okay, but that's the only thing we're doing with that. I feel like coding is a lot like making music or art. It kind of emerges from you. Yeah, I agree totally. The only way to find the best version is by trying stuff and tastefully keeping what's good. Yeah, I really agree. It's like yeah, that's how I do it. I mean, sometimes you have like some sort of idea from the start. What you know if you've done something from before, maybe you have either like an old way of doing it, or you have a new idea that you've been thinking about and you just try it out. But then also you discover things along the way, and yeah, I really like it. It's like sometimes it feels like, okay, is this really creativity? Because it's like, yeah, there's an optimal way of doing things or whatever, but there's also the point of the I think one place where it becomes like creativity is like when you read the code and when you like reason about it and stuff, because you have to sort of understand what's going on and how you can change things to do other things. I think that's probably a lot where the creativity comes from as well. Okay, that's cool. Let's just make this work here. A lot of T's in here. Let's see. Should get player. Fine. Orb is what? That is that. Okay. Okay, that's the orb that was selected, I guess. Yeah. That is also a really nice pattern. Like this. You have a function that is like, should we do something? And if that is the case, also have some data attached. And then you can use the if pattern and get this out of the capture. I really like this pattern. And if you don't have data, you just remove the capture and change the type, the return type to bool. And you don't really have to change much. Or body, so this would be that. Wait, why? Okay, yeah, this is for boss. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of things in here. Should we move these out? Like, I'm contemplating making one state machine for each face instead. Maybe that's better. Alright. Well, I think it's time to sleep on it a little bit. Yeah, I definitely think this is the way to go, to turn this into state machines instead, because it just fits the pattern so well. But there's so much to change here, so I'm kind of overwhelmed. I was thinking like, oh, maybe I could just start at one end and do it, but because it is a nice exercise, because once it's done, I can sort of see, okay, how we can make another boss with this system a lot simpler, and even, you know, fix things that are like, yeah, fix balancing and stuff, fixing bugs with this boss as well, once it's done. But it is a lot of things in here, but I think it's not going to be that difficult. It's going to be following a basic pattern and just going with it. But yeah, I think that's going to be it for this time. But thank you very much for joining me here, and I'll hope to see you next time or sometime else, and have a nice day, and I'll see you later. Bye bye.